Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Dr. Narco Longo came on and dropped the hammer of the god.
America's mother, daughter of Atlantis. God sent the Weatherland. The devil sent the Spanish. Florida is Eden, the fountain of youth. Cali is deception. So Florida is the truth.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Dr. Narco Longo.
Florida, it is everything. There's too much truth bomb being dropped. I can't digest it all.
Old World, Florida.
Please welcome Dr. Narco Longo.
What's up, everyone? How are y'all doing?
Going on.
Let us know how we sound as you're coming in. Yeah, I just had to change a few things. Okay, boom. We're in business. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Coming to you live from Palm Beach County, Florida. Sunday, we're going to be talking some Bible. And Sunday is the best day to worship the Son of God. There's a reason for that. The days of the week all have their own flavor and energy, meaning. So Sunday's the day that I agree with. I don't care how many churches use it. You know, doesn't matter how many people like a popular band or whatever. If it's good, if it's right, you know, you've got to take pride in it. So Sunday is the correct day. Saturday is a not so great day to worship the Son of God. We'll talk about that another time. Am I frozen?
You are to me.
Shit.
Just stop the camera real quick and come back. Saturday is a good day for worshiping the daughter of God, according to the people who celebrate that.
Do you see me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it was my webcam. This thing's fucking junk. What's up, guys? One more time. Here we are in the bookstore, just chilling. It's Sunday. We're going to read from Genesis like we have been. Got a lot of cool gravy in here. We're going to recap a little bit. We're going to go back to Genesis chapter 3, recap, and then read through Genesis chapter 4, which is, you know, Cain and Abel. And we got my boy, my brother from another mother, the fish man himself, the she-male, the Shemitic she-male. We got my boy Shem, Tartarian Truth. What's up?
Appreciate you having me.
Oh, dude. Privileges. Yeah.
Shout out to the mothers out there. Please turn off your TVs and stop emulating your personality from celebrities.
Yo, Mama's Day. Stem's hella triggered for Mom's Day because, well, we'll just leave it at that. Mom's Day. It's not just some like capitalist creation. Okay. Don't mean to, you know, people need to hear this. Mom's Day, Mother's Day is a proper holiday. Okay. It's not being enforced. It's not, you know, yeah, I agree. Don't feel like you have to spend hundreds of dollars. You don't have to break your neck to please your mom. But May is Taurus. May is Taurus, and Taurus rules fertility and motherhood. everything leading up to conception, especially conception, everything after conception, especially being cancer as well. That's where you get the word conception, right? So Taurus is where you get things, the cow symbolism with the female reproductive system. You've got the uterus, the uterus. You've got the fallopian tubes, the buffalopian tubes. You've got the vagina. G and C are largely interchangeable in many languages. And VAG and VAC means vagina, cow in many languages, or vagina, that root word, prefix. So vaca is how you say cow in Latin. And a lot of different languages get a lot closer than that. So everything having to do with the female reproductive system is Taurus, has to do with fertility, and Taurus especially. Taurus is, roughly April 22nd-ish to May 22nd-ish. And Taurus is May. May is where you get Maya. Some would argue it's the same as Maria. And it's the eternal mother, right? It's the universal mother. So May is the month of the mother, and we might as well have a day to kind of pinpoint it. So Mother's Day is a celebration of Taurus, the qualities of being a young mother especially. Yeah.
Celebration of Mary in a way, I guess, then too, based on what you're saying.
Yeah. So that's Mother's Day. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing, not a pagan, corruption, not a capitalist creation, not a or consumerist creation, I should say. But of course, with all the holidays, don't buy a bunch of junk. People don't eat candy. Go to a park. Go to a nice restaurant. Whatever. All right. Well, let's get into it. Last episode, guys, we were talking about the serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the fruit, the so-called forbidden fruit, and the whole becoming as gods, biting the fruit, eyes being opened. We compared it to a mushroom trip. We likened it to a tantric, kind of rite or even a mishap having to do with sexuality. And both of these are very valid interpretations. The fruit, changing someone's consciousness, would have to be something like a mushroom if interpreted literally. If interpreted somewhat literally, symbolically, a little bit allegorically, we clearly see fruit being defined as fertility and sexuality and the sexual part of the organism earlier in the Bible. And then being fruitful, etc. And then knowledge also being identified with sex later on in the Bible too. So knowledge is pretty synonymous with gnosis too, which many would interpret as tantric practices, at least in part. So gnosis, Adam knew his wife. Everyone's knowing their wife, not making love to them. Some of these crummy American Bibles say make love. Well, right there, how much meaning is lost? What is the same? Is it the tree of making love of good and evil? No, it's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So right there, they split the meaning in half. Get yourself a King James Version Bible. And yes, guys, sorry to break it to you. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing Luciferian, nothing heretic about saying the Bible deals with some of the darkest, most primal areas of human life. stumbling into a patch of mushrooms, sexual mishaps. This is all laid out in Genesis, depending on how you interpret knowledge of good and evil, things like that. But it's relevant because going into chapter 4, we're going to see Adam knew Eve, his wife, officially to bear a son, right, resulting in a son. And that kind of supports the whole idea that the tree of knowledge of good and evil is, sexuality, tantra, an accident, the first mistake or the first choice to reproduce into human bodies. That's a theory that's out there, is that Adam and Eve were eternal. They were immortal. And they were more or less not restrained to the physical body, but by engaging in, primal, your animalistic sexuality, however you want to interpret that, then they were kind of constrained to material existence. So then they had to start reproducing to keep themselves alive because they weren't going to live forever. And that really just brought man closer to the animal. Just one interpretation, but that's what we were discussing. Shem, is there anything you wanted to?
We also touched on the mushrooms potentially also representing meat, since they could be labeled as meat. And one interesting thing that I came across since that last discussion is that some of the rabbi within Jewish tradition are actually debating as well whether or not they're talking about mushrooms in the scripture, which I found fascinating, because they were talking about how, just what you were saying last week, they're saying that even touching them sometimes can cause you to die, certain mushrooms. So they were debating. I thought that was pretty fascinating. One thing we also didn't touch on was when God created Adam. In other situations, when he created things, he said, "And it was good." And if you notice that when he created Adam and Eve, he didn't say that it was good. So
here we go. Here we go. Shem just wants everyone to kill themselves.
No, I'm just saying it opens up this whole thing that basically some of the reasons why things went the way they did is because we weren't necessarily in the perfect form at that time. Even though last time I argued that we were, remember, I was saying that, before eating the fruit, we were potentially perfect the way we were designed to be. And we could already do everything that people said we could only do after eating the fruit.
Okay. Right. That tends to be the most popular interpretation, is the, even just among like mainstream theologians, is whatever the fruit was, they don't really get into the, if it was a mushroom or not, but that it was the choice to partake in like technology, industry, which only further complicated man's life, but at the same time brought, roofs over our heads and lights and electricity, and one interpretation, right?
Yeah. I do think it's interesting to think that we could do that beforehand, though, and what the fruit could represent if that is the case. But we can move on from that, because I know we got a lot to talk about today with other stuff.
All good. Anything, what do you want to say? We got time.
Just that, I mean, pretty much it's possible that before we consume the fruit, we could construct roofs over our head and we could do all this stuff. The only difference is that when we fell for that trap, we just basically were aware of, I guess, death and time and the fact that we are in a position of subservience to a higher being. Before that, we probably were completely oblivious to that, which is why it was perfect. You had no idea you were going to die. You had no idea. There's just no knowledge of anything bad to think about. That's my interpretation of it.
Right. Makes sense. What do you guys think, guys? Drop a fish in the chat if you're vibing with what Shem's putting out there. Yeah. Drop a fish.
Jim hasn't raised his voice since 2008.
That's funny. So, oh, is it okay if I read a little bit from In the Beginning?
Let's do it.
Guys, you want to hear from In the Beginning? PDF? Not a hard copy, of course. Here, let's get a little artwork going.
Adam Simp for Eve, yeah, for sure. The original Simp.
Boom, there we go. Get a little vicious. Oh, yeah. That's what we're rocking with today, guys. But actually, we're going to read a little bit leading up to this. So just envision the tree in the garden with the serpent, tree of knowledge of good and evil. We're going to rewind just a little bit and hear what E.E. Calloway, Florida's 1936 Republican candidate for governor, had to say about the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay. Chapter 7, from In the Beginning. In the Beginnings, written by E.E. Calloway, L.V. Edison Calloway, in 1966, or it was released in 1966. And basically, it's arguing that Florida is the real, original, historical, literal Garden of Eden. No, it's not a joke. He was being dead serious. He puts a lot of, he was a lawyer. So the way he approaches it is very legal and matter of fact. And it's either you accept it or he's batshit crazy, right? It's kind of one of those deals. Now, he was very well educated, not a crackpot. He was a lawyer, attorney, and well standing all across Florida. He was a attorney for the NAACP. He was friends with multiple presidents, was he was instrumental in the Scopes monkey trial and the adjacent trials dealing with evolution and creation being taught in school. So he was right up in the front lines for some of those battles. And that really drove him to kind of want to help the world, change the world. He felt inspired. He had some mystical experiences. He moved to Northwest Florida, claimed to have located the original Garden of Eden. There's a whole bunch to that. I've got a bunch of videos on that. Don't want to waste too much time, but he wrote this great book, In the Beginning. Super hard to get. Let me get my laptop charger. Shem, have you ever heard In the Beginning?
I have not read it.
You haven't heard of it?
No.
You ain't watched my free audiobook on the Old World Florida YouTube channel?
I had not listened to that audiobook, but
It's
I have
only-
seen some. I've seen some of your other videos that talk about E.E. Calloway.
It's only 3.5 hours, guys. In the Beginning. Super cool book. It's a must read for Floridians. All right, give me 1 second. Shem, fill the air, bro. No dead space.
Jeez. Well, we could read some of the. We can retouch on chapter 3 before we get into chapter 4. That way, when he gets back, we'll be ready. So now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. So that's pretty much what we were talking about earlier with the mushrooms and touching them with the potential to die. Are you officially ready now?
No, I'm officially ready. Ready. Official, that's a Pisces word. You know that?
Start digging.
Just give me 1 sec. Say something, Shem. Talk, bro.
Everything I have to say is completely off topic, mostly. It's just not
Just-
something that you get into immediately, because then we'll never get into chapter 4. We pretty much have to start and then maybe add some stuff on top of it, or else we just never will get to it. But let's see. One interesting thing that is that there are 72 names apparently of God, right? In some interpretations, and for some reason that also lines up with the Septuagint, which are the people who are allegedly responsible for writing the Old Testament. How many of them were there? There were 72, which also ties into the priestly families. So it's really strange how these guys who are still prominent today in our modern world, who are the social media influencers that pop up out of nowhere, who are the actresses and actors, who are the journalists, all these people, they're descendants of the Septuagint, these priestly families.
Um,
I'm a little depressed from seeing the animals in the zoo earlier. I'm trying to get my mind off
Yo, it's coming through, dude. Those animals would be getting torn to shreds out in the wild right now. They'd be getting poached by Moorish Americans out in. Damn, my bad, dude. Bad joke, guys. Bad joke. They'd be getting poached by some deplorables out in Africa. All those animals. It's a mean world out there. Hey, sitting around getting fed all day isn't always
The worst thing about it is that they're just always trying to make people feel bad, like, oh, they're endangered and all this stuff. It's like the only reason they're fucking endangered is because of you, the people who own all of this shit, who overhunt, cut down all the trees, cut down everything because you're so greedy. So fuck you.
Yeah. Good point. It's a good point. Sorry, guys. Chapter 7 from In the Beginning by E. Calloway. We're just going to read this a little bit, then we'll get to chapter 4 from Genesis, but it's very relevant. And it brings up a perspective that we didn't really do justice in the last video. That it was the right thing to do. And I like to hear Shem's, rebuttals on this. Chapter 7, In the Beginning by E. Calloway. The Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil. What is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, spoken of in the 9th verse of the 2nd chapter of Genesis? It is the sole power that enables man to know good from evil, in exercising the power of choice that God gave man, putting in man's power the ability to know good from evil, and to respond to the problems of life, whatever they are. It is the power to make the choice even to sacrificing his physical body, in order that something better might be produced, to leave the garden and become self-supporting through honest labor, to stop being dependent physically. The Lord told Adam and Eve that if they ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they would surely die. That is, they would die as dependents and become respectful citizens, get off relief, so to speak, and then have the privilege to develop into the image of God. He knew that they would then want to die physically in order that they might inherit the greater life. They understood what he said unto them. The serpent, which as the most subtle of the beasts of the field, he must have been a communist or a welfare statist, but not a snake, as is usually believed. Oh, a good old crack there from Galloway. The serpent, which as the most subtle of the beasts of the field, he must have been a communist or a welfare statist, but not a snake, as is usually believed, reminded the woman that God said, "Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden." The woman reminded the serpent that she knew that, for she said to the serpent, "We may eat freely of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. The serpent impressed upon her, Your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as God, knowing good and evil. Woman could not have exemplified her choice to expend herself that something better might be produced down through the ages, if Mother Eve had not known that, and had not deliberately made that choice to know good from evil, then choosing good. The serpent was the adverse influence which opposed God's supreme law, the law of knowledge, to produce something better. It was that adverse low influence that tried to persuade Adam and Eve not to make the choice of accepting physical death in order that they might have a part in producing something better. The serpent objected to something better being produced. He still does, and he is subtle about it. Adam and Eve were not deceived, therefore, in making the choice to accept death of their physical bodies, in producing something better. At least Mother Eve was not deceived, since they had become living souls endowed of the power of choice, and had eaten of the fruit, and come to know good from evil. They deliberately chose to come under the law that ultimately meant the suffering and the death of their physical bodies, in order that they might have a part in the production of something better.
Wow.
One last paragraph.
It's like,
I am glad she ate it, and that she insisted upon Adam eating it as well. I am glad American Eves have been insisting, excuse me. I am glad American Eves have insisted on their husbands and sons eating it ever since. Then, to compensate Mother Eve for her marvelous choice, God, through woman, set up a plan whereby everyone may use his liberty and regain eternal life. He sent his Son into the world to provide this plan. It's the end of chapter 7.
very interesting. It could be an allegory for a few things, but in that it seemed to me like it kind of hinted to what I was saying last week, where you could basically, before she even ate of the fruit of the tree, what they had already basically kind of fell, making that decision. Just being able to make that choice, I guess, is what I'm referring to here.
Yeah.
Communist thing was kind of funny though, because it made me think about the people who are,
Yeah. They like blind control, your, blind adherence, right? And there is kind of an animalism in working in cubicles and working in factories. That is man's like bestial impulse, is industry. And the way Calloway looks at it is liberty was a gift from God, free will. But here's a chapter 8. We'll go on. It gives, more insight. Chapter 8 is called Mother Eve's Great Decision. All my life I have heard some ministers and Sunday school teachers criticize and castigate Mother Eve for her decision to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Every intelligent woman on earth, as well as every intelligent man, should refute that criticism. At the very beginning of the creation of the Adamic man, God gave him liberty, or the power of choice. God created Mother Eve from Adam, that she might be his exact equal, in the right of liberty, and in the responsibility for its correct use. Since there is not an intelligent woman on earth, period. Just kidding. Since there is not an intelligent woman on earth of any race or creed who will deny this right or this responsibility, it must be accepted as being true. The greatest gift which God gave the Adamic man was the gift of liberty, as well as the responsibility for its use. This gift alone raises man above the level of the beast. In the 16th
So in this train of thought, is this pre-consumption of the fruit or after?
Right now, it sounds like he's addressing the reputation that Eve got after she ate it.
Well, I'm talking about when he's creating Adam and giving him all this free choice and stuff.
Yeah, I guess, the breath of life, image of God, does imply
Like,
that
so
he was set apart from the beast, and God asked him. God said, "Hey, whatever you name stuff, I'll. That's what it'll be called." So, who knows?
it's just weird because what specifically changed when eating the fruit besides only negative things happening after that? Like, because
Oh
I know
my
last time we were having, you guys were making it seem like it's a positive thing that this happened, but if what E. Calloway is
Well, it
describing is
happened, and
free,
life went on. It is what happened, symbolically or not. So you have to at least, justify where we're at. You can't just say, "Oh, we're this mistake. Oh, the mistake. Can't get over it. Get over it."
well, no, I mean we got redemption. Like, okay, so
Yeah.
Adam and Eve made a mistake, but they didn't continue to make the mistakes. The angels are the ones, according to God, who continue to make mistakes. God told the angels when they were basically debating with him about Adam and Eve that God's defending Adam and saying, well, he only sinned once. You're going to keep sinning by being deceived by human women over and over again and sinning against me. So,
Mhm.
man had the original sin, yes, but that was just one time.
Right.
So I'm not saying it's
So,
necessarily a negative thing. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly changed that's positive after eating the fruit.
okay. Now, actually, earlier on in the beginning, Calloway says um, that there was two creations. So he does go into a little bit more detail earlier on, saying, a race of bipedal men like things was created initially. I think in chapter 1, and then chapter 2, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, chapter 2 gives a more detailed account, and people kind of assume it to just be an in-depth description of what already happened. But that Calloway and others think that the creation of man, creation of Adam with a name in chapter 2 is separate from the creation of man in chapter 1. So Calloway's kind of that opinion. Guys, go listen to the audiobook or stay tuned for the hard copy coming soon if you want to find out more. But we got to press forward on to chapter 4 of Genesis, the Bible itself. But I'll read this little chapter here. It's a pretty short one. Mother Eve's great decision. I already read it a little bit. In the 16th verse of the 2nd chapter of Genesis, God said to the Adamic man, "Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat." Nothing could be plainer than this. But in the 17th verse of the same chapter of Genesis, God informed the Adamic man that if he ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he would surely die. Mother Eve therefore had to decide whether she wished to live forever on a level of the beast or that of a totally insane person, with her descendants living forever on the same level, not knowing good from evil, right from wrong, or whether she desired for herself and her posterity to know right from wrong and good from evil, and then to die. She had to make the greatest decision any human being has ever had to make, or ever will have to make. I bless her forever for having made that great decision. If I had to make such a decision, I would gladly make the same decision she made. I've often heard it preached that we are all born in sin, natural crooks. The Bible does not teach any such thing, and it is a slander of God to teach any such doctrine. The only sin into which man is born is the sin of ignorance. But man is equally rewarded by the fact that he is born with the capability to develop so that he can know right from wrong, good from evil. God provided such a plan, and Mother Eve, by her great decision, put that plan into execution. God could have provided it. Yep, Shem?
Just classic goddess worship. Continue.
Oh my God. Shem. Yo, you ain't never lied, Joe. You shit. Never mind. Keep it on the
Let's continue.
keep it moving. Okay. That's some good weed. Yeah. God provided such a plan, and Mother Eve, by her great decision, put that plan into execution. God could have provided a different plan, and he could have put a different plan into execution. But if he had done so, he would have taken the most interesting thing of life away from man and left him on a parity with the beast. Man is ever presented with the opportunity to continue to develop his capacity to know good from evil during the changing vicissitudes of time and circumstances. This is what gives zest to life. The manner in which we meet this challenge determines our relationship to and our image of God. I have heard many ministers discuss the subject of unpardonable sin. Much of them regarded it as unbelief, which to me cannot be true. The unpardonable sin spoken of in the Bible is our failure to use every moment allotted to us and to develop our minds into a better understanding of what is good and what is evil, and our failure to help in the production of something better. Those who think they can fritter away their allotted time and talents, whatever they are in this life, and then have God endow them with all the happiness and the blessings in another life, will be woefully disappointed. Upon the altar of eternity, we must lay the fruits of our accomplishments in this life. Man is certainly immortal through his progeny and through the influences which he sets in motion, whether they be good or bad. There you go. So chapter 9 is actually the two creations of people. That's a pretty long chapter. We'll do that another time, but we'll get into Genesis chapter 4. But Shem, what do you think, bro?
Once again, I just disagree that man didn't have the capability of doing all this stuff before it happened, but it's just like beating a dead horse at this point. Because if you think about, let's see, Genesis chapter 2.
Where are you getting before from, though?
So this took place before Eve ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So chapter 2, verse 7, and the Lord God formed man of the dust and of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted the garden in the eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge. And the river went out of Eden. So basically, he just goes on. It eventually goes on to say that Adam's tending to the garden already and naming everything and doing all this stuff. So to me, it just seems, once again, like we could already do everything beforehand. The only difference is after we consume the fruit that we're trying to become like God, as opposed to just existing and being in a state of paradise.
God's Node, thank you for the $5. We could never build, God Node tells us, we could never build a relationship with God without free will. Shem, do you agree with that?
I think the idea of having a relationship in the mindset of like a human type relationship in that context is a sin against God. I'm kind of like an iconoclast. I don't think there should be any representations of God. I think God is above human characteristics. So the fact that someone would even think that you could have a back and forth relationship with God is absurd to me.
So did you say no human characteristics? Well, what about created in the image of God?
There's multiple ways to look at it. We could say that in a religious standpoint, it's more along the lines of when before the consumption of the fruit, Adam and Eve were created in the image, which means mentally they were perfect in every way. They didn't know good and evil. They didn't know there was no evil in the world. So it could be referring to that. In a secular way of looking at it, you could say that, you know, maybe we're clones or whatever else. I mean, there's multiple different ways of looking at what that could mean, but I don't know. I mean, I just think that, especially when you hear religious people making the argument, sometimes when they're talking about other religions, like you'll hear a Christian person saying, like, discrediting Islam or something like that, because they'll say something like, you know, why would God have a relationship with these? God doesn't require a relationship, jealousy, stuff like that. But then, like, within their own text, it clearly seems that way about their own God. So I don't know.
Right.
It's not even my argument to begin with. The first time I've ever heard this argument was from a Christian discrediting Islam,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh,
Well,
that makes sense.
have you ever read, I'm sure you've read a ton of Greek mythology and, you know, other mythologies. Would you agree that perhaps one of the greatest characteristics, or, you know, most universal characteristics of gods with the lowercase g, is that they're extremely mischievous, and that God is very curious and playful and perhaps a bit sadistic in a playful way? And that's one of God's facets, is this Saturnian.
So in that mindset, would you say that over time God basically matured? Because in the time of Jesus, he seems to be a completely different character.
Well, see, I bring up the before thing too because it's a bit cliche, but the number one allegory, the number one lesson from any allegory in the Bible, and the number one lesson from astrotheology, is that nothing is actually linear. And I know that's super vague. I know that's very cliche, and people love to, like, you know, throw that out there as if it, you know, does a lot of talking for them. But astrology teaches us that nothing is linear, that everything is cyclical. And when I see that, you know, Eve ate the fruit and Adam ate too, then this whole thing happens. I don't see that. My gut instinct is not that that was an actual linear story, but it's a framework as why we're plotted and how we're plotted above animals and, you know, below God, below angels, whatever, where we're classified separately. We're endowed with some of God's qualities. We're endowed with some of the beast's qualities. So I don't see. And what was the other thing that we were just talking about?
I think that pretty much covered it, but yeah, maybe there's just something wrong with me mentally because I don't think we're above animals. So that's probably where the problem lies, is like I just don't.
So when God says dominion over animals, that doesn't mean I think I'm above, like, you know, I can just you know, above is very vague. Does that mean I'm sadistic, that I like to hurt animals or whatever? I think that man is made to ride the horse and to use the cow in his duties, the heavy lifting, and the monkey even has a task he can do. And, you know, every animal has a task that they do alongside man, willingly and playfully. They love it. They love exercising their talents. And when I say above, when I hear anyone in the Bible say something like dominion, that's what I think of. The leopard doesn't have dominion over his prey. A man has dominion, a friendship, a stewardship over the animals.
Interesting. And do you have any comments on the unclean animals being reincarnated humans at all?
Well, it happens when you're mixing DNA with DNA. I mean, your soul's getting stripped in some sense. It has to be. So the whole thing, these fucking people. Here, we got some tips. Let me catch up on some tips. Good questions, Shem. You know, this is heady stuff. And guys, go read the Bible for yourselves. King James Version. Super easy to do, super approachable. Not much different than reading or like listening to Game of Thrones, you know. the way they talk. But here, God's node, thanks for the $10. The first 6 chapters in Genesis can be impenetrable mentally. Eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Excuse me. Hey, we're actually closed. Sorry, guys. You have a good one.
Gotta get a lock on that bad boy.
I mean, I don't want to lock my girlfriend out. Like, it's a side
fair.
door. People come in through the side door. They come to the front door where the open sign is clearly off and all the blinds are down. And then they go around and they see me. The door's locked. And then they go around and open up the side door. I don't
They
know.
gotta get
It's,
in.
it's annoying. Give me one
Gotta
second.
have it.
They were queer.
So yeah,
too.
this yeah, I think I agree with this comment here. God and you will decide right and wrong. Think you know better than God. So yeah, to me, I just don't see the problem with what life was like before consuming the fruit. I think that's maybe what you're saying here with this comment.
Impenetrable mentally. Eating from the tree of knowledge in an abstract sense is implicitly saying you know better than God and you will decide right from wrong. That's a good interpretation. Thank you, God's Node, for the $10. Little dime bag on God's Node. EP, thanks for the 2 Australian dollars. Best Bible studies I've been to. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. We're going to try and get better every week. And yeah, I'll do my best to try and do it justice, man. Don't be afraid to look elsewhere. There's lots of good people out there. Different interpretations. We've got a Florida bias here, of course. Appreciate the overseas money. Hell yeah. God's Note, another $5. Isaiah 55, chapter 55, verse 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. Kind of agreeing with what you were saying earlier, Shem, a little bit. You there, Shem?
Yeah, thanks. Shout out to Isaiah.
And moi, freestyle, life. Moi, is that moi or moi? Moi freestyle life, $2. Thanks for this. You're welcome, man. Thanks for being here. Shout out to the Bible.
Someone says, not that we will know better than God, but we will know that what is demanded of us, and at first we will recoil before we are amazed. So, in that context, what exactly were we not doing to please God before the consumption of the fruit?
Well, what was the earth doing wrong that needed man to be put in? You know, you can ask this. This is like a schizophrenic, like inner mind rebounding question. Like, you know, you could ask the same thing about, you know, why did God make man? Well, he saw that it was empty. He wanted, you know, a vehicle for his senses.
Well, I
to
guess the
sense
reason
the world,
the
to
question is
smell the
relevant,
world.
I would say the reason that the question is relevant is because society right now is clearly completely messed up. There clearly is a group of people who are charging interest on every single thing that we do, brainwashing the youth to behave terribly, you know, destroying the world, cutting down the trees, killing animals. So in that context, when I say eat the fruit, the people who are influencing people to eat the fruit are those people. Is why I'm so against this idea that we needed to eat the fruit to have some sort of like perfection or to grow as people. I think we were perfect before we ate the fruit.
Okay, I hear you. Guys, what do you think? Should we have eaten the fruit? Was the fruit actually eating the forbidden fruit? Was it actually a bad idea? The word forbidden is not used in Genesis. Was eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge? Eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, was that bad? Was it our necessary destiny? Was it, you know, did God want us to get confused and bring a little chaos into the world and free will ultimately. Yes, it's a Luciferian influence. It is Libra, free will, right? The fall. I think that's why they call us the original fall of man. We were talking about that before. But let us know. What do you guys think? There's another comment for you I saw below
Yeah,
this one.
this is a good. Wait, I didn't get to answer that
Shem
question.
Shem
Dylan.
needs to. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that I
read
regret
it.
eating.
Read the
Okay, so
question, bro.
question for Shrim. We are all here eating the fruit now. Are you saying that you regret it? You regret eating the fruit? LOL. If so, are you sure? We would never learn. So yes, I am saying that I do regret eating the fruit. I don't think it was necessary at all. I think the fruit is the biggest lie of all time. It's the original lie that got the angels to fall with Lucifer, if you believe in that.
Okay.
Basically thinking that you can be like the creator. So in my mind, if you believe in God and you believe that God is everything, the Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful, you're commanded to not try to be like him. You're commanded to not represent him. You're like all this stuff. So
Right.
eating the fruit and trying to become like God through knowledge is literally the complete opposite of what you're supposed to be doing in service to
Okay.
God.
Can I ask you more? Can I
Go ahead.
ask, what if, like, you know, if you were going to like revoke this decision, or reverse it, go back and uneat the fruit? Number one, would you do it? Number two, and this is so stupid, time machine hypotheticals. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is like fifth grade level. Would you go back and undo it? Like, is that how convinced you are? Or are even if it meant going literally back to being like a monkey and not having it seems you'd have speech already from Genesis, but going back to some lesser,
Well, keep in mind,
monkey
he
who
was
just
working
eats fruit all day, might be standing up, but is
and
not
working
industrial.
and working the garden as well. So if monkeys can work the garden, then yeah.
Well, it was tending and keeping the garden. I don't think he tilled soil yet, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I would.
No, there was not. Well, yeah, it says there was not a man to till the ground, so it implies that he was tilling the ground, but it wasn't laborious because it wasn't until they were expelled from Eden where
Well, that's the
he
thing.
he
The
really
reason
had
he
to
didn't.
work.
Okay, so hold on. Just think about what you just said. You just said it
Okay.
wasn't laborious. It was 100% for sure laborious. The only difference is instead of complaining and bitching about it, you literally just did it because it was the right thing to do because you were serving God.
Right.
After you ate the fruit, that's when you're like, oh shit, I have to go to work today. Oh fuck this, man. I'm a fucking idiot. Like
Okay.
that's literally what happened when you ate the fruit. Beforehand,
Okay.
it's like a perfect. It's just you're serving God. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing without thinking negative thoughts about it.
I agree with you. That brings up another huge interpretation, which is going to come up big time in chapter 4, is that God is not upset at the eating of the fruit. He's upset at the shame and the hiding and the deception afterwards. Like your mother. Did your mother ever, whoever got in trouble as a kid where, you scribbled a bunch of crayons all over the wall or something like that, and then you tried to hide it and throw out all the crayons, or, wipe it away or something. You tried to hide up your mistake,
Yeah.
and your mom actually, or whoever was there, actually goes, well, I'm not upset that you made a mistake. I'm upset that you tried to hide it from me. Right. That's going to be a huge theme coming forward with the Cain and Abel sacrifice. God is not upset. God is not angered at the consumption of the fruit, not explicitly. He's definitely angered at the fact that they hid and they put on clothes and they tried to undo or cover up what they did. So that's going to come up in Cain and Abel, because we're going to see that God was angry in the sad face that Cain had. Right? It wasn't even he wasn't pissed until Cain kind of had an attitude. So let's go back, or let's move forward here, and let's read from chapter 4. You make your peace with this
Yeah,
show?
unless you wanted to answer that other super chat real quick. That
Yes. Okay.
was the only other thing.
Rock and rolla. Think about similarities between Jesus, Dionysus, Bacchus, and Odin. Love the show. Love. The show is 3 thumbs up. Appreciate it, man. Well, the similarities between Jesus, Dionysus, Bacchus, and Odin. You know, is Jesus the sun god? Yeah, he is. Jesus is the son of God. The son of God, the sun in the sky. He's at the very least representative of the sun. At the very worst, he's nothing but the sun, right? I think that he was a real person. I tend to think he was Apollonius of Tyana, who other people say he wasn't a real person either, but I think that he was an Essenian, Neoplatonist, Pythagorean mystic, a hippie, long-haired hippie with probably Celtic or Gaelic ancestry. That's another thing. Okay, going into chapter 4 of Genesis, we're gonna put out some more disclaimers here. But let's get off this. We're done with the tree of good and evil. But to your question, rock and rolla, there are similarities. This is a eternal, myth. There's a sun god. There's a savior. There's a solar Christ. And is it always a person who wanders and teaches and heals? No. Is this a unique story? The story of Jesus and Christ? Yeah. It's also the age of Pisces. And the healing is the heel, the foot, right? Christ, crying. Pisces are the sign that cries the most, right, Jim?
Right.
And washing the feet. I mean, hello, it's Pisces. Pisces, the fish, serving fish, multiplying fish. He's overwhelmingly, tattooed with Pisces symbolism. Jesus is. So let's get into chapter 4. Okay. Dionysus, these sun gods, these Odin, I'm not so sure. Odin really gets blurry. In the Norse pantheon, it really kind of gets mistranslated, and you have Wotan, you have Odin, you have Udin. Well, it seems to me that Odin is 100% identified with Mercury. Now, Udin seems to be the sun. In the Bach saga says that too. Udin is the sun. Very, very big on Udin is the sun. And Eden, the Garden of Eden, is the Garden of Udin. Well, then Wotan is very Saturnian. It's woe, terror, evil, punishment, humiliation.
The father is the sun. Zeus is Dionysus. Zeus is Apollo.
Mm-hmm. Wotan too. To tan is leather, like to skin something, to hide, to pull the skin off. Very Saturnian. So Wotan is it's controversial because Odin gets thrown around so much. It's the supreme deity, and Mercury doesn't really fit the supreme deity mold. The Sun and Saturn do though. So it's kind of tough. Odin, I don't necessarily throw in. Odin is a Mercury to me. It's an ode to this, piece of writing, education. It's speech, communication, arithmetic. That's
The water.
That's Mercury.
In Genesis, the water as well is Mercury.
Mm.
Which is the transmitter.
It's all right, guys. We thought about it. Thank you, rock and rolla. We thunk on it. Appreciate the support, man. Shit, more money. JJ Recon, thanks for the $5. Unpacking paradigms, 1 nickel at a time. With a strong attitude of gratitude, restoring with high quality quietude. My dude.
Sunday
Yeah, man.
poetry.
Hey, it's America. That's kind of the essence of America. It's like this strong conviction, but also like total lapse of like ethics when it comes to like money making. Right. No. Is that an American thing, or is that like a recent Federal Reserve Act consumerism thing? Who knows? But yeah, we're making money up in this
Definitely a
bitch.
Federal Reserve thing. If we
Yeah.
didn't have such high inflation, then yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have to be doing any of that stuff, or no one would really have to worry about it.
Right. Agreed. So let's get into Genesis chapter 4, guys. Only an hour in, and we're now at the half hour late and an hour into the show. We're finally at the title. And we were talking about the tree of knowledge of good and evil. We went through chapter 3 of Genesis in the last video. Go watch that if you didn't. But here we go. We're reading out of the King James Version. And we've just got some disclaimers real quick here. Gonna try and be quick, but they're really important. Disclaimers. Number 1, all world religions exalt Jesus. But Jesus does not exalt the other world religions. This ought to indicate that Christianity is at least in some way a superior belief system. Uh-oh, I said it. Number 2, Christianity is not only a valid religion, but is a valid method of enlightenment and holds as much, if not more, transcendent truth than other religions and their religious works. Number 3, no single church or denomination represents the pure teachings of Jesus. Many so-called Christian tenets, such as original sin, are not the true teachings of Jesus. Number 4, all pagan and indigenous wisdom is contained within the Bible. Go read all the creation stories of all your little local tribes, and there will be a large degree of similarity between the, Aboriginal, indigenous creation stories and the Bible written in the book. I mean, everyone's looking at the same sky, guys. Everyone's living the same earth and breathing the same air. It's not rocket science that the Bible is just a very well polished, kind of architected version of it, but it's still the same pieces, still the same building materials that all the tribes work with: water, fire, river here, mountain there, ooh, right? Tree, snake.
Lightning.
Yep. So, okay, back to the disclaimer, sorry. Number 5, Christianity is the most tolerant religion. Muslims agree, Jews agree, and even Hindus and Buddhists agree. Number 6, millions of Native Americans willingly converted to Christianity, even the Seminoles. Wow. Why don't they teach that in school? Why don't they show that in the Hollywood movies? It's always massacre this, battle that, forced cross down your throat. Every single time I see it, it's like, oh my God. I hear the same broken record every time someone comes in and starts talking about Christianity here in the store. Oh, what they did to indigenous people. Oh, I can't support Christianity. Like, come on. These people were scalping each other. They never heard of Jesus, okay? You can't just, whatever. So, number 7, big important one. Oh, number 6, millions of Native Americans willingly converted to Christianity, even the Seminoles. Even the Seminoles, the unconquered people, never, got stepped on or told what to do. They escaped, they fought, and we sought peace with them eventually. Even they asked for Bibles when it was all said and done. 7, Christianity is not an offshoot of Judaism. Opposition to blood sacrifice is the number one tenet of true Christianity, because Jesus was an Essenian, Neoplatonist, and Pythagorean, and that is the core split off point of contention for Jesus' sect and the sects that the Pharisees, the Sadducees. We're told the Sadducees died out, but we're told modern day rabbinical Judaism claims direct lineage, cultural and genetic, they claim it, to the Pharisees from the Bible. That's who Jesus was spending all his time arguing with. The Pharisees in the Bible are the rabbis of today. Jesus was not a Pharisee.
according to
He was
them.
not, he was not a rabbi like that. Okay? Jesus was an Essene. Many argue this is not even a sect of Judaism at all. It's not Judaism, but this was not even identifiable with your Israelite sacrifice religion. This was much more in line with Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism, which was, pretty much exploding somewhat in some regard at the time, a little bit later, a little before, and or just Platonism in general. You had a huge movement. Whatever. This is, the other points get into it, but just that alone shows how far off we are from modern day rabbinical Judaism. Animal sacrifice alone puts us at direct odds with modern rabbinical Judaism. I don't know how no Christian can say they are pro-Israel or pro-red heifer sacrifice, because all Christians are Essenians and Pythagoreans and Neoplatonists at heart. Maybe they
Okay.
don't even know it. What?
The Essenes were like an extremist type of Jews who didn't even use the bathroom on Saturday or reproduce. So Christians definitely are not the offspring of them. And it's convenient that the Pharisees say
I
that.
said whether they know it or not.
It's convenient that they say that the Pharisees are the ones that are that are still in control today, when the Sadducees were the conservative ones who would follow the laws more exclusively. The Onias versus the Hasmoneans is also another debate, because this is like a perfect example of what happens. You have the Hasmoneans.
Sadducee, do you commit blood sacrifice? Yes or no? Animal sacrifice? Yes or no?
No way.
Do you worship? Well, not you. I'm saying these are the criteria. Do these people worship Saturn as their primary deity? And do they perform animal sacrifice? If those two boxes are checked, you're dealing with a Saturnian, aka a Sadducee. And maybe they don't have direct genetic lineage, but they claim to, and they claim to have cultural lineage.
Wait, the Pharisees or the Sadducees?
Sorry. Well, Sadducees, you're right. Sadducees are said to have died out, but that roughly translates to Saturnian. Pharisee, good point. Pharisee roughly translates to parasite. So let's hear two more criteria. Do these people promote the parasitic infestation of the human body? Yes or no? Yes, they do. And then the second criteria would be, do they operate like parasites on countries, nationally, on groups of people, culturally, financially? If those two boxes are checked, then you're dealing with a Pharisee. You don't need to have this direct, my dad doesn't need to be a Pharisee for me to claim I'm a Pharisee. And if I'm acting like a Pharisee, I am a Pharisee.
So just let me ask you this. If the Sadducees are the ones who are conservative, thus keeping the sacrifice of animals and wanting to do all these rabbinical laws, and the Pharisees are the opposition of that, who want to progress forward and get rid of some of these things, how does that make sense in the argument then?
No, I don't see it. I don't see it like that. Sadducee and Pharisee are both in favor of
I agree,
blood sacrifice,
because that's the difference between Hasmonean and Onias.
Especially at the time of Jesus. And the Sadducees, if I'm not mistaken, were usually the ones performing the sacrifice, or were the higher priest class. and the Pharisees was more like the scribes and stuff like that. Like I'm wrong. I'm limited in my in my scope.
It's just one of those situations where it's like almost like the modern Republican Democrat thing, where it's basically you're voting for almost the same thing. Obviously, that's people could argue whatever you want about that, but that's basically what seems to be happening here. We have the Hasmoneans, the Oneids died out. The Hasmoneans became the Sadducees and the Pharisees. So it's like you're, instead of having the choice between the Oneids and the Hasmoneans, now you only have the choice between Hasmoneans, but they've split into two. And then that's where the
Right.
Essenes came from, because the Essenes were opposed to some of the things that were going on with the Pharisee and the Sadducees at the time.
Okay.
They were directly protesting against what was taking place.
Okay. I hear you. I tend to identify them more with their lifestyle and practices, and not necessarily who conquered who and who died out. Is, maybe they are comparing people to someone new to someone that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe they are just choosing a descriptor, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong. And there's a kernel of truth 100%. I mean, this is the Bible after all. So for the people today to be saying that they're Pharisees and they're acting like Pharisees, I believe them. I agree with you that genetically they're probably way off the mark, and they either adopted that religion from their slaves or were the slaves of someone who had that religion. Something like that had to happen for a bunch of Eastern Europeans to, cling on to this faith. But let's move it forward.
Yeah, let's move forward.
The disclaimers here. We got to get through the disclaimers.
We're on number 7 last.
Yeah, and they're a little different than the last ones. I'm tweaking them every week. They're a little wordy, but Jesus was not necessarily, whatever you've read about the Essenes, whatever extreme stuff. Jesus was not that. He was clearly a uniter. He united people. He brought people together. I know that sounds so cliche and lame, but he did. He was radical in the fact that he stood against superstitions. He stood against, arbitrary mouth service and then sacrificing for your sins. No, he was all about doing away with superstition and the repetitive nothingness. You could be evil and check all these boxes in your daily life, like, oh, I did my incantations, did my sacrifice, so I'm good. Jesus stood against that. And the Essenian, some of the radical lifestyle things, I don't necessarily agree. A lot of that could be slander. A lot of that could be... What's up?
I said exactly. Yeah, I agree. It could be propaganda. I mean, they don't survive. They haven't survived to give us their own information in the books we do.
Well, but that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I want to be in a scene. You can be in a scene. You can strive to live the right hand path. Stop the consumption of flesh and blood. Stop killing animals. Stop fapping your fucking life away. Stop fapping your brains out. Okay? Stop doing all these things. You can walk and live like in a scene. That's open to everyone. So I think these are lifestyle choices. I don't think Jesus or the Bible said these things to make us debate. Oh, well, these people actually came from here and these people aren't actually. No. Let's read it. Let's just hear it out. These are the good guys. Those are the bad guys. Well, I don't think this is just political propaganda. There's a reason those guys are bad. Let's pay attention to their lifestyle. Oh, they do blood sacrifice. Oh, they're obsessed with, laws and rigidity. But that actually they're trying to fool God. If they check all the boxes, they come away with the treasure and eternal life, and they win. They trick God. They wrestle with God, as some of them say. So,
perfect.
Okay, good. Got him happy. Finally, fucking keeping Shem happy here is like fucking my second and my third girlfriend is Shem, depending on what mood he's in. Fucking Jesus.
Listen, I'm trying not to be adversarial. There's so much.
No, you're good. No, you're good. It's just I love it. I love getting it out.
You got like 35%
all the
of
critiques.
what I want to say. So let's just keep it going. Move on to chapter 4. Unless you have number 8 of your disclaimers to go to.
Yeah. Number 8. Jesus was not Jewish. The historical Jesus of Galilee bears zero cultural, spiritual, or genetic affiliation to modern day Jews. Galilee, guys, history lesson. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, we're told, but his family was from, Nazareth or Galilee, neighborhood in Galilee. Galilee is a little, state, region, neighborhood in Palestine, essentially. Modern day Israel, Lebanon, whatever. Borders shift a little bit, but it's right there, Galilee. Galilee. Let's look at the word Jesus of Galilee. You know what the guy who we got the bookstore from, Tamaj, perhaps my only teacher that I've ever had, guru, if that, very, not many, not much, but the only person that I've really, looked to if I have any deep, deep questions about the occult or anything like this. He says Jesus was a long-haired, hippie, surfer bro, wanderer, vegetarian, who Galilee was like dime a dozen. He was the best of them all, but that was the scene in Galilee at the time. It was like San Francisco in 67. It was an explosion of ideas and life and culture, and Jesus was at the forefront of this. Now, whether he was Apollonius of Tyana, regardless, but these are just for my Christian brothers and sisters here, these disclaimers, because I know people hate on Christianity and think they're better than it, and they're just losers, ultimately. I don't mind doing a little bit explaining why. Galilee was a Phoenician colony. The Phoenicians ranged from where to where? The Eastern Mediterranean, Galilee, to Britain, and even Scandinavia, depending on who you ask. I think they're Finnish originally. He spoke Aramaic, which is an ancient Syrian language. Some call it an ancient Greek. That's super contested, but it's classified as Semitic, also very contested. But it's been said that ancient Arabic, Semitic, and Syrian, or Hebrew and Syrian, were mutually intelligible. That's what it says on Wikipedia, at least. I don't know that. I don't speak any of them. But Jesus is said to have spoke, and his family spoke Aramaic. Syria. That's the language of ancient Syria. Syria goes back to, that's an Irish goddess. And Syria, Assyria goes back to a class of Scandinavian gods, Germanic gods. So Syria is also up near the Arctic Circle. And you can read the Bach Saga, listen to the Bach Saga if you want some more gravy on that. But Syria also points to Britain, the British Isles, Ireland, Scotland. Now, Galilee, many of the places associated with the Phoenicians bear the name Gaul or Gal, the Gaels, the Gaelic, Celtic peoples. But it's also a Phoenician thing. Portugal, Galway, Galilee. There's a lot more of these. Go look at a map. The Phoenicians are not exactly your modern day, Israelites, Jews, whatever you want to call them, people who live in the Middle East today. I don't believe so. The Phoenicians, to me, in my eyes, and in a lot of good independent researchers, are Northern Europeans with bushy beards and crafts and a lifestyle that's unique to living indoors and crafting during long periods of winter, coming up with all these devices being stuck inside. This genius technology coming out of the North Pole was shipped to the lower tropical regions, and eventually they started profiting off it. And the traders became the traders and then became traitors. right? So the Phoenicians, I think, were Northern European. There's a lot of good books out there on Jesus being Northern European. In fact, a lot of people think that he went to the British Isles early in life. Some people think that whole story happened there. I'm not going to go that far, whole another can of worms, but we're talking about Genesis today. Just to circle back to the disclaimer, Galilee was a Phoenician colony. Gal is like Gaul. Gal. That could have been a Celtic colony in the Middle East. And we know this. Ireland has legends of Syrian nobility passing back and forth between the Middle East and the British Isles. You have the legend of Princess Scotia. You have other stories like that. So this is not unfounded. Galicia, thank you. Good comment.
So with the Phoenician religion, originally, would you say that they were open to letting anyone practice it, or was it kind of like one of these initiated, like you had to be initiated to understand what you're talking about or something? Or because
Yeah.
the reason I'm
Well, that's a
asking is
whole.
the Gauls, like I think it's either Herodotus or Diodorus Siculus says that the Gauls spoke in rhyme, or like they spoke, they would like come up with these weird poems when they would speak to each other, so that no one really from the outside could understand what they're saying, like because they were known as the sages and other stuff in the past as well. So
Right.
I thought it was interesting.
That's a good point. Like parables,
Yeah,
like
they were speaking
speaking parables. That's interesting. Well, the Irish, dare I say, the Irish are the most gifted poetically. Dare I say it? The Irish are some of the most linguistic geniuses, poetic geniuses. James Joyce. I forget if he was Irish. My brother knows, but Finnegan's Wake, is Irish and is about Irish. Finnegan's an Irish name, basically. Lots of other good examples, but you bring up a good point about. I think that Phoenician religion became split off at some point, and the early Phoenician religion was white magic, and there was the white nobility of the old world. These Ice Age Atlantean kings who were noble, and then later on, you have the traitors when it starts becoming for profit. They start using their naval advantage over the world, their craftsmanship from the North Pole, all their resources in the North Pole, trapped away from the non-seafaring people. They would come down and sell them and just make a fucking bank. And the Vikings coming down are just Phoenicians who start becoming more and more warlike, pressing up against Rome and Greece and the Catholic Church eventually. Okay, let's towards Genesis. Last couple disclaimers. Jesus was not Jewish. Galilee was a Phoenician colony, which there's a whole bunch to show that he was actually from a Celtic land. Gaelic, Celtic, Northern European, perhaps even Scandinavian. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay,
Now, the last
we'll
point
get into
is
it. Be right back.
Jesus was Shem's dipping off for this one. I gotta take this alone, guys. Jesus was white. It's what I believe. It's what everyone who was a decent researcher that I've ever looked into agreed with. And that's going to be triggering for a lot of people. But I think Jesus was Northern European, had Celtic ancestry. Look up online the descriptions of Jesus. And your first paragraph Wikipedia might say, oh, olive skin, dark hair. But when your actual old, religious texts, early descriptions of Jesus, look it up. Don't take me for it. Said he had reddish hair. Reddish. Some say that he was freckled. Freckled. Do you see any Middle Easterners with freckles? That he had a freckled red complexion. Others say he was blonde too, but everything I researched today, looking up, was, rosy complexion, ruddy skin, reddish hair. Yeah. No, hey, sorry guys. Sorry if that rains on anyone's parade, but it's the reality of what the Holy Land looked like 2,000 years ago. That's what I believe. And the image, the physical model for Jesus was not Cesare Borgia. It was not Cesare Borgia. It is Jupiter and Zeus and Thor and Apollo. They are the inspiration for the standardized Jesus. Cesare Borgia, as I've said earlier, was probably ugly, probably a mouth breather, probably nothing remarkable to look at. Jesus was beautiful. Jesus was, had sacred geometry going on in his face. I mean, he was definitely beautiful and charismatic. Some people say that he was,
Well, yeah, I mean, the Son of God,
attractive.
Yeah, I mean, you would have literally the Son of God would be perfect in every way, right? Have you seen the early depictions of the Aryan Jesus from like the Aryan Church?
No, what's the Aryan Church like? Arian?
There's different spellings of it, but it's basically just a type of church that would basically try to like separate the humanity of Jesus versus him being the Son of God and the divinity. There's a whole debate about it. But anyways, like the depictions that they had of him originally are like no beard, like a young looking guy, kind of like more Apollo like, I guess. I don't know. It's really strange to look at. I suggest looking into it if you haven't seen some of the depictions before.
Right. Yeah, he could have been mixed. But he had a
European.
He had a Hyperborean ancestry from the North Pole, ultimately. And like I'm saying, he was modeled not after Cesare Borgia. That's something that such low IQ, Twitter enthusiasts love to just say, "Oh, Cesare Borgia, Cesare Borgia." I think Cesare Borgia was fuck ugly, and they probably tried to make him look like Jesus and started painting him like Jesus. Then the Pope said, "That's so beautiful. My son looks so good. He's going to be the new Jesus." And yes, you see these weaker, more wimpy features on some of these Jesus paintings, and those might be Cesare Borgia. But I'll tell you, the real Jesus looked like Jupiter, Zeus, and Thor. He is a thunder god after all. He is the pure ray. What did the ancient philosophers say about Jupiter? If Jupiter were the only planet in the sky, mankind would have no worries, no chaos, no strife, and man would live forever. So that's Jupiter we're talking about, the planet of purity. There we go, Shem.
That's one depiction. I'm trying to find the other one who's on like a coffin. But yeah, you can see these are some of the ways that he was depicted. Here we go. Here's the other one.
Right.
So let me share this real quick. Of course, it's blurry. Yeah, this is from a video. I can't find an actual picture of it.
Now, hey guys, Thoth was black. Thoth was black. You guys can have Thoth. Toss you a bone. Thoth, man, we was Thoth and shit, yo.
So yeah, this coffin here is also, or this sarcophagus is also depicting Jesus without a beard, doing different actions. Very interesting stuff. The Aryan Church.
Hell yeah.
It's hard to find more images of it on the fly, but yeah, I would say look into it if you haven't heard of this before.
Nice.
Continue.
Last disclaimer here. Another big one. Another one that's going to get people riled up. Jesus was a vegetarian. Clearly. Jesus was a vegetarian. In the Bible, Jesus never once consumes the flesh of a mammal or a fish. Yeah. There's one instance where he's at the table with the Passover lamb, which so many Christians use as a justification that he consumed lamb. Jesus never consumed lamb. Never. Never ate fish, never ate lamb. And in fact, when you look, Shem, tell us the Hebrew Bible when it talks about the Passover lamb that Jesus is about to eat. It actually says pascha or pascha, which could mean fish. Many cultures eat fish on Passover or Easter, pascha, pascha. But other cultures make sweet cakes, and they call them pascha, pashka. So what it is it's the offering. It's a communal food offering, sacrament, like a libation. It's the
Yeah, it's just like what you're saying earlier with the meaning of offering and sacrifice changing over time. That the Passover lamb is another example of that, or at least it could be.
right. And Jesus was a vegetarian, guys. Look it up. If this strikes you as untrue, you haven't done the research. Jesus was an Essene, or at least, went through Essenian teachings, preached Essenian doctrines. He was definitely a Neoplatonist. Why are all the, apostles, why are all their names Greek?
Well,
these are Neoplatonists.
some people say that Saul of Tarsus was initiated into the mystery religion.
If Jesus were a real guy, he was initiated into something. Did this all come from internally meditating? And it could have. But I think many people argue that Jesus did travel to India. Apollonius of Tyana did travel to India. Many people argue that he traveled to Britain to learn Druidic rites and then came back to where everything was happening at the time. It would be like going to India, going to, the Amazon and doing your ayahuasca or whatever, and then going back to Silicon Valley and being like, this is where, the message needs to land the hardest.
Well, according to some historians and scholars, they say that some of these references to animals are just referring to mystery schools, different ones. Like, for example, if there were these different schools, some of them would be called doves, or some of them would be called ravens, or whatever else. So sometimes you hear these passages in the Bible referring to it, like, or even something outside of let's talk about something outside of the Bible. When Alexander the Great arrived in, I think, the Levant, and he was greeted by 12 doves that fed him. Those 12 doves are 12 initiated people into the mystery school in that area, who are referred to as doves. If you look at the Haggadah, which is one of the Jewish texts that they read, there's a depiction of like humans with bird heads, because some of these old people were like iconoclasts as well. They didn't want to represent humanity, especially since they believed that we are made in the image of God. So they would represent humans with these animal heads, like you see in Egypt, to get it to work around that law. Because once again, they always look for loopholes in the religion.
Sure. Now, that's a good point, because sheep is pretty dang. Almost everyone in the Bible, or everyone that discusses the Bible, even the most literal, even the most materialistic, mundane, low IQ, physically stuck in the physical, no access to the higher interpretations. Even people like that routinely swap out sheep as like the most obvious allegory in the Bible, that sheep and shepherd is rarely to be taken literally. And that sheep, I was listening to Bill Donahue before this about Cain and Abel, and sheep being representative of meditation and being quiet and stillness, and tending to the flock is keeping your thoughts in form, keeping your thoughts in the flock. The shepherd has a staff, which is very, symbolic, but he also defends against predators. Everything's trying to get at his thoughts, at his flock. So we're going to talk about that when we get into Genesis. But here, let's get through the disclaimers. Jesus was almost 2 hours in. Jesus was vegetarian. This is how we do it, guys. This is how we do it. Go to fucking church if you want to be on time. Go go to a doctor's
They
office.
barely even
I'm
read
a
the Bible
doctor.
there.
You ever been to a doctor's office, guys? They're a little late, okay? My handwriting ain't too good too. So, disclaimer here, Jesus was a vegetarian. His teachings were Neoplatonic, Pythagorean, and Essenian. Was he a full, strict adherent of all their things? No. That's why we have Christianity, not
Neoplatonism.
exactly. It's the new update. It had to be updated. The good from this had to be fused with the good from this, and we get something great at the end. And what my brother told me, very good realization, is Jesus actually did away with superstition. People act like Jesus is the superstition of all superstitions. Like, oh, you believe in Jesus? No, Jesus's main preaching was going against superstition, and superstition, which would also include like ceremonial rites to like absolve yourself of sin. Like, oh, if I do this, I can um, I can backdoor this, technicality over here. Superstitions, it's like, oh, if I don't step on the black tile, I'll live till 100. If I step on the black tile in my apartment by accident, I'm gonna hurt my back. Or people have these weird superstitions. Jesus was actually very much against that, both in the living life fearfully sense and also in the don't try and loophole God sense. So very anti-superstition Jesus was. He was a vegetarian, never once consumes the flesh of a mammal or fish. He's around fish. He certainly multiplies fish in one instance to feed these people. If I'm a vegetarian and I go to Costco and I see a, family of hungry people, am I going to force them to eat vegan food? I mean, right? Come on, guys. Do these meat eaters have a 75 IQ? Or do they at least have a 100 IQ? Or, come on, guys. If I see a family on the street that's not looking too great, and I really feel compelled to help them out, am I going to come over and say, hey, guys, you ever heard of quinoa? Yeah, you want to try some tofu? No. You got to meet people halfway sometimes. And believe it or not, fish is meeting people halfway. God is certainly more comfortable with people eating fish than he is you eating quadrupeds. Trust me. The chakras, the nervous system of quadrupeds is much closer to yours. Fish are much more ripe for the slaughter. This is where I differ from most vegans and vegetarians too, guys. There's a cutthroat aspect to nature. Life does feed on life. That being said, fruit and herb bearing seed is what we were told to eat. Nothing dies in that instance. But fish is better than meat. At the end of the day, a lot of vegans say, oh, all death is equal. I'm not like that. Fish is meeting a pork addict halfway.
Someone said fish. CJ said fish don't have feelings.
They don't. That's why no, it's wonderful. Guys,
I disagree.
Kurt Cobain.
Okay.
Kurt Cobain was a Pisces. Do you know what he writes in Something in the Way?
Something about
Fish don't have any feelings. That's Pisces for you. He gets it. Kurt Cobain was a Pleiadian angel, guys. He got taken out by a draconian she-male. And that was a battle of War of the Worlds going on in the grunge scene there. Fish don't have feelings in the way that we think. Even animals don't have feelings in the way that we think. I love my animal. I love my cats. I'm closer with my cat than anybody out there. I challenge you. I get more out of my relationship with my cat. I go hiking. All this cool stuff. I love my cat. But they don't have feelings the way we do. Their life is not complicated in that sense. Does that mean I could justify hurting it? No way. I have laws preventing me from doing that, and it's my moral compass is you never hurt an animal, you never do anything like that for no reason. A vegan runs into conflict. You set these rigid boundaries up. A vegan, would might get attacked by a leopard and not fight back. I'm fighting back. Okay? And if I have to get from point A to point B, I might ride that horse till it collapses. But whatever. Vegetarian. Jesus was a vegetarian. Serving fish is meeting meat eaters halfway, flesh eaters halfway. And it's less distasteful to a true vegetarian who has a true, setting on their moral compass, does understand that quadrupeds are closer to us. They benefit our lives way more directly than the fish ever could. Oh, the fish is crucial to nature. Of course he is. But the cow is directly involved in our day-to-day lives. The cow we depend on. So this is definitely meeting flesh eaters halfway, is serving fish. Jesus never ate the fish. Never says in the Bible Jesus ate fish. And okay. So those are the 10 disclaimers. There was 12 last time. There might be 13 next time. Who knows? But now we can get into Genesis. Shem, what's so funny? Are you tickling your nuts under the table? What's up?
Hands up. No.
He's pulling a Paul Cook. Paul Cook over there.
I disagree about the fish, but have you ever heard about the way that
Shem is so morally superior to
No,
everyone because
I'm a terrible person. I'm just gonna say it right now. But anyways, have you heard about how Christians would greet each other in the past, where because they had to keep it under the table, they would walk up to each other and one would draw a line in the sand like this, and then the other guy would draw the other line, making the fish symbol.
Well,
I think that's really cool, and I'm gonna try it one day if I ever meet someone in the sand and see if they're a Christian.
Right.
So I don't know. Pretty cool stuff. We can move on.
That's funny.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, might meet your new boyfriend that way. That'd be cute.
Dark.
Genesis chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, here, let's pull this up. We got a nice little visual here while we're going. Show some oranges in the chat, yo. Drop some oranges, Joel, if you're still with us, if you like what we're preaching. If you're vibing with Shem's.
I have some images for you. Yeah, if you want me to interject more and go against him, let me know too. But it is hard to do that when we want to keep going forward with the conversation.
Well, yeah, I'll read a fair amount now, and then we'll go back rather than stopping.
I'll show these in a minute as well.
In the middle. In Adam chapter 4, verse 1, Genesis. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother, Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel, and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And cable TV, guys. Cain and Abel. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And guys, we're cursing on this show. We cuss. I don't care. If you want a PG, a G-rated sermon, whatever. This ain't a sermon. I'm not a priest. Not a nun. Not in a church. We didn't say any prayers before this. So blow me if you're upset with us cursing.
We should start saying a prayer before we get into this together.
This isn't the show. Maybe we will, but we'll still curse. Yeah, guys. You know, that's who we are. That's what we're bringing to the table. This is an average Joe show.
I usually do say a prayer before I go live every time, though. Disclaimer.
That's pretty cool. So sick, dude. Cool story, bro. You're so spiritual.
Oh,
no, it's cool though. I do too. Before a big show, I'll just say, you know, God, please guide my tongue. Don't let me spank anyone too badly. You know?
Protect me from the interjectors.
Yeah. So, resuming, chapter 4, verse 6. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? Oh, sorry, a little bit forward. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass, that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Edom. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived, and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Ired, and Ired begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael. So before we get into the lineages, just that, the Cain and Abel story, you know, that's like one of the ultimate just Bible stories that you hear so much, right? Perhaps the most quoted Bible story. Am I my brother's keeper? You know, you probably hear that in Hollywood more than anything else. Could be wrong on that. Here, I'll show you, Shem. One sec.
Some depictions of Cain
Right.
and Abel from our boy.
Nice.
Shout out Gustave Doré.
Cain and Abel. Crazy. So, Cain and Abel. I've got some notes here. Let's go through some words. Chapter 4, back to verse 1. Let's just look at some keywords. Pick out some keywords. We're going to find that the third word is new. So there we see the word new, or to know again. Yo, Shem, looking fire, bro. Yo, so, damn, dude, looking fleek, dude. Got that bang in front of your eye, bro. Fucking e-girl AF, dude. It's making blush, guys.
I'm
Shem.
streaming on Twitch after this if anyone wants to stop by.
What was that? Chatterbait?
Yeah.
Uh,
There's a massive bee in my room right now. I feel sorry for it. I'll have to get it after this.
The massive B. That's deep, dude. So Adam knew Eve, his wife, and this is the first instance of reproduction. So we're also getting it's bolstering the definition of new as sexuality. In the tree of knowledge of good and evil, it seems with this definition, it's a greater case for sexuality being something sexual, being the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam knew his wife, Eve, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. Okay, then she has his brother, Abel. So let's just look at the words to begin with. Cain is the firstborn, right? Cain is the firstborn. Cain, some people have linked to Can, right? Because later on we're going to see Canaan or Canaan, Canaan. Very similar story with a mark, a curse, the descendants of Ham having a curse, a mark, and that also sheds light on perhaps some of the racial identities of these people, what's happening here, and skin color. That's a big factor in Genesis chapter 4. It's been used to justify slavery of both races. Genesis 4, very, very contentious chapter. But just going back to Cain, Abel means able. Cain is like canine, cannibal, Canaan, cannabis, Cain and Abel. And also, you put those words together, you get cannibal. But can and able are both meaning can do, will do, capable. Cannibal, capable. So I see you guys in the chat. Yep, we're all on the same wavelength. What?
It's interesting because some people argue that Cain and Abel weren't exactly made in the image of Adam because the eating of the fruit basically symbolizes that Adam was initiated or like he was, I don't know, I guess you could say close to God or similar to God. Some people argue that until Seth was born, the offspring weren't actually in the image of God or like pure. So Cain and Abel were both impure children, and Seth was the first pure offspring of them.
Stay white. We're going to come back to this. This is a good angle. We're going to come back to it. No hate intended, people, for all my softies out there. No hate intended, but we're going to come back to this one.
Wow, the B's on the Bible right now. It's crazy.
Good comment. B's on the Bible, dude. Be it. Okay. So Cain, able to do so, right? Cain is defined as a tiller of the ground later on. Abel is the keeper of sheep, a shepherd, you could say. Now, Bill Donahue gives some interesting perspective on this. Because when we're going to see here, the first sacrifice, the first offering, like I said, definitely used against meat eaters too, or used by meat eaters to justify their actions. Chapter 4, verse 4, verse 3. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. Now, what does that mean? Well, fruit. Is fruit a fruit from a tree? Or is it something having to do with sexuality? Fruit and knowledge already being defined as the sexual reproductive organ of an organism. So, that is fruit. One reason let's just read on. Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock. and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. Now, this is often used by meat eaters saying, oh, Cain was a vegan. The first killer was a vegetarian, right? The first murder victim was a meat eater. Oh, boo-hoo, we're the victims. We've been victims the whole time. Meat eaters are very keen on twisting this chapter specifically. Now, I'll give you my interpretation. I'll give you Bill Donahue's interpretation. Give us your guys' in the chat tip if you want us to, stop what we're talking about. But Cain, the way I look at it is this. Number one, if we're just going literally, nobody killed anything. Nobody burnt anything. What does it say? Offering. I can offer somebody anything. Doesn't mean I killed what I'm offering or killed them. Offering. You can offer fruit. You can offer the lamb. It doesn't even say that God killed the lamb. Okay? Let's look at it. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not, and Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. It doesn't say that he slayed anything or killed anything. It doesn't say that God lusted in the bloodshed. It says he respected the fact that he had brought a whole animal, a whole portion of his flock, to the, wherever this is happening, a place in front of the Lord, and offered a piece of his flock. As you do the first fruits, this is a universal tradition too. The first fruits ceremony, you give away the first fruits. There's a couple different ways to look at this. Number one, God might be offended in the simple memory of the fruit that got them kicked out of Eden. It's like getting kicked out of class for shooting spitballs, and then you apologize by blowing a spitball into the teacher's desk, right? Does that kind of make sense? Like, hey, dummy, you just got kicked out for fruit. Are you really offering me fruit as the how you want to show me respect? And then if you want to look at sex with this, it very much could be that Cain made the same mistake as his father. Didn't learn the lesson. That Cain ate of the fruit. That Cain presented fruit. Was curious what would happen if he played with the fruit again. Any of these are possible if we're interpreting this literally. So the fruit might have simply been triggering to God if he's so has so much personality as he's described as having.
We often have to give Cain the benefit of the doubt here, because it's possible that he saw his giving of the fruit as a redemption for the fruit that was stolen to begin with, right? So we can give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, especially in the context of Jacob versus Esau later on, which could be a representation of the same story in a way, right?
Yes. And Cain is not described as a strict vegetarian. As far as we know, Cain and Abel eat the same things. And God might have been looking at the presentation of a whole lamb as a more, substantial offering. And, hey, you guys eat fruit all day. I don't eat what you eat. I don't want a bowl of fruit. The lamb might have made more sense to God. And if I really want to deep, reach down into my astrotheological pocket, I would say, this is Saturn we're dealing with. Saturn does demand blood sacrifice. Saturn is interested in that. Saturn does tempt humans in that way. And the Lord, with a L, capital L, is typically identified with Saturn. And it is just one of God's 7 faces, his 7 facets. The Elohim, definition of God with the capital G, is the 7 faces of God, the 7 angels, lesser manifestations of God. The Elohim is the 7 planets in the sky. And okay, whatever. So Cain and Abel, the fruit, it's not that fruit is evil. Fruit is bad. It's just that this wasn't a worthy offering. Either it was triggering for God or it wasn't substantial enough. But this doesn't have anything to do with diet. This doesn't have anything to do with what man is going to eat. It doesn't have anything to do with killing, actually. It's an offering. Isaac offered, or sorry, Isaac
Was offered.
exactly was offered and was almost sacrificed. But the offering is what God wanted. It was, are you willing to go this far for me? Can I push you to the edge and you still have faith in me? And you could even say, and there's more levels to this, and we're going to do justice to each one of the levels before trying to go to the next level. But the fruit might have been particularly dissatisfying to God for a whole different bunch of reasons. It wasn't vegetarianism that pissed off God or something like that.
Optimistic Bear says Cain didn't give the offering with faith.
Yes, no, that's the comment I saw that made me say that. Thank you. It's a good comment. It's a good comment, and it's going to come up in the next interpretation, which is what I said earlier about God not being upset at the eating of the fruit, but being upset at the hiding, the deception, the shame in the act, the loss of the innocence, the looking at God as a tyrant who's going to punish them rather than their benevolent creator. God then assumed that role, right? By acting fearful to God, God assumes that position. It's like a bully, God has bully-like qualities. Not saying God's a bully, but God is good. But if you're a victim to a bully and you act weaker, it encourages the bully, right? Okay. Pretty stupid comparison, but let's look at
Well, fear in relation to God,
Abel's.
I wouldn't say is necessarily a bad thing. Like
Sure.
I get your comparison, but I would say fear to God is not a negative thing at all, because it's basically just accepting that if you follow these divine rules, that's the best possible option. That's the fear. It's not like I'm so terrified. It's more along the lines of, okay, I want to be a good person.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now Abel. Let's look at Abel's offering. Abel offered the first of his flock. The first of his flock. Okay. Now that's a theme that's all over the Bible, right? Right up into Exodus, and the firstborns getting sacrificed, things like that. Well, the first of the flock, the first fruits ceremony. Maybe God didn't, maybe every religion in the world was offering fruits for their God, and God wanted, this sect wanted to be unique, and the offering, granted, is still a living sheep. Oh, and let's look at the fat. Fat is what people would say, oh, well, it had to be killed to get the fat. You guys ever heard of butter? You guys ever heard of ghee? Right? Fat can be derived from the animal without killing it.
And
yeah.
And honestly, fat and skinny, rich and poor in history at some times were defined as enlightened and not enlightened. I know that's difficult to grasp sometimes, but for some reason, some scholars in history use those terms in reference to that meaning. So it could mean, something along those lines, something initiated or something knowledgeable.
Right. Because at this point in time, guys, the family of Adam is still vegetarian. They've been cast out from Eden, and they probably are eating more carbs now and more grain and cereals and products of horticulture. But in Eden, they were largely fruitarian, it seems. So things have been complicated a little bit, but they haven't gone into full flesh eating. That comes with the Noahide laws. Read your Bible, guys. This is not a vegetarian's perspective. By the way, all the world's greatest geniuses ever have been vegetarian. Da Vinci, Tesla. I'm not a big Einstein guy, but Einstein was a vegetarian. The list goes on and on. All the great philosophers were vegetarian. Plato, Hippocrates, more of a healer, but even Nietzsche, Vegetarian. Oh yeah, guys. So, oh, and all the Greek busts of jacked Chads, vegetarians. You betcha. So let's look at Abel. Abel's offering was the first of his flock, and the fat
Thereof.
thereof, thank you. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. He respected, if we're going to interpret this as willing to sacrifice, I'm willing to sacrifice this for you, God, if you choose, because so far this is only an offer. You offer up a sacrifice. It hasn't been sacrificed yet. If we're going to interpret this as leading to a sacrifice, God does not demand the sacrifice. He didn't even demand this to begin with. They're offered in good faith, and Abel's was more, it says respect. God respected the offering. You can respect an enemy. You can respect a lifestyle that you absolutely deplore. So respect does not say he did exactly what God wanted him to do by offering up an animal. So there's many ways you can look at it, but to me this is not justification for consuming meat. It just isn't.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I've never even thought about that before. The way you just said about God never asked for it. Yeah, I mean, everything we've read so far, I don't remember God ever asking for that.
Now, let's also look at this other, we're going to swap interpretations here a little bit. Another thing. If God was truly demanding he was not demanding, but if we're going to interpret it as, offering means that blood was spilt, well, in this case, they've been kicked out of the Garden of Eden. They're not living their ideal lives. They're now learning what scarcity means. They're now learning what seasons mean. And also, God demands above all things what God really demands later on in the Old Testament. He demands the burning of sacred, holy incenses. And let's look, what was Jesus given? Jesus was given frankincense and myrrh, the gifts of a king, the gifts of a Messiah, incense. God demands incense. These burnt, these meat offerings are respectful at best, God demands incense, fragrant, favorable incense, suited to his cravings. That's the Lord's holy incense, the sacred incense, the Lord's holy anointing oil in the Old Testament. Hefty dose of cannabis in there, guys. But that's what he really demands. And what I see is that fat being particularly mentioned, not the flesh, not the bones, not the carcass. The fat is a vehicle, a carrier oil for scents and fragrances. You can't just burn fragrances on a hot rock. They burn up and it smells like charcoal. You can take a handful of lavender, put it on a burning hot red charcoal, and it will maybe smell like lavender for a second, and then boom, it smells like charcoal. It smells like a gas engine in your kitchen. You need a carrier oil. You need olive oil is the best, but a carrier oil for your fragrances and your scents. Any incense maker knows this. You also need, you can do the same with butter. And in extreme scenarios, people make incense and, burning resins with animal fat. If they're really pressed for resources, you use what you got, and you'll cook down some animal fat and make candles or, incense. Mix herbs and resins into it. That's a last-ditch practice because you really want to use olive oil, right? But you can do that with butter from a living animal. And if you need to, you can do it from a dead animal, corpse. And again, God did not command this, but he respected it. So we're just, offering up potential explanations for all these little keywords. But let's look at another one. Shit, what was the comment that you said that I said I was going to touch on? Shem? Earlier? Shit. What did I say?
That was a while back. I do have a super chat though that we missed earlier. If you want to go talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
It says, "What are some of the books we can read to learn more about the Essenes? I went to Rishikesh, and the holy man there told me that Jesus did travel to India."
I mean, that's what a lot of people say.
I would say that the Antiquities of the Jews or the Jewish Wars by Flavius Josephus is a good source, or just read the Talmud for like a more literal interpretation of some of the legal battles that are taking place between some of these sects of Judaism, because they'll just straight up just be referring to the actions of the Essenes, stuff that happened between them, the Sadducees, and the Pharisees.
Do you guys remember what the comment was that Shem brought up? That I said, oh yeah, we're about to get to that.
I'm looking right now.
Cain and Abel.
It was. Oh, never mind.
Sorry, guys. Yes, thank you, Adriano. Thank you, Optimistic Bear. Thank you. So I did have this written down, but the commenter worded it differently in a unique way. Let's look at, like we said with the Garden of Eden. It's not the offerings that pissed God off. It's the fact that Cain, when God kind of went meh at his offering, and then he respected Abel's, Cain was angry or sad or ashamed, or he had an attitude. He made a face. He's like, what did I do wrong? And it's this being disgruntled, being like a kid who's on vacation with their parents and is just screaming and sour, spoiled, right? It's the negative, it's the shame, the attitude that pissed God off. Just like in when Eve ate the fruit, like we were saying earlier. It wasn't that they ate the fruit that pissed God off. It was that they were deceptive afterwards. They had an attitude. They changed the way they looked at God. They were deceptive. They were hiding, covering their tracks, and they were ashamed. It says ashamed, if I'm not mistaken, by word. So when Cain gets an attitude, it's that ticks God off. If we're saying God's so personal, that's what pissed him off. It wasn't the sacrifices that made him especially angry. He essentially kind of punished Cain in a way, or talked down on him, and that was due to his spoiled attitude. Not the fruit, not vegetarianism. Weak arguments, people. Weak arguments. If you're using this chapter as a justification for your bloody diet, weak. And right, it's the faith that God had an issue with. So hope that's clear. Thank you for those who brought it up. Thanks commenters. Also, let's talk about Bill Donahue's interpretation. This is way more allegorical, because it's you're saying, oh, this word actually means that, which is always very subjective. But if we go with some of our Bill Donahue interpretations, full allegory. I heard him say earlier today, Cain and Abel never existed. They never existed. Jesus didn't exist. He's very key on this. It's where I think a lot of these people go wrong, is they kind of lose the storytelling element, and they kind of go allegory or nothing. Is it allegory or is it a fake fiction? I'm not really in that camp, but Cain and Abel First fruits offering is universal. Just recapping. Nobody killed anything in this instance. Fat can be derived from dairy. It's better to derive it from dairy. You can milk a cow or a lamb, even a sheep, people do that. You can milk these animals for a lifetime. You can only kill them once. It's better to derive the fat from dairy. Fat may have been the only accessible carrier oil for incense, in which case God may have said, yeah, you can, kill an animal. If it's the only way you can get your incense up to me, God always says the burnt offerings go up and they please his scent, his sense of smell. They say that. He says that later on in the Bible.
They also say that in the Greco-Roman religion.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
Now, fat may have been the only accessible carrier oil for incense, if this is actually an instance of slaughter, which I do not think it was. There's no slaughter, no explicit slaughter. It's an offering. God respects the offering, and it seems it just ends there. He doesn't say, okay, you've offered it, now sacrifice it. No. So, respect being a big key word. Cain, this is our Bill Donahue interpretation here. He explains, and his teachers, whoever he got that from, a lot of different stuff used together. Cain, and this is corroborated later on by the words of Jesus too. Cain is confused thoughts. And to till the ground, the fruits of the ground is the lower, the lower from the earth. It's working, it's laboring for your thoughts. It's confused thought. It is messy and backbreaking and bending up and down, up and down. And it's tilling. And again, that's one of the kind of the punishments that we got leaving the Garden of Eden. So Bill Donahue makes the case that Cain represents confused thoughts, and that his fruits are the fruits of laborious, mundane, physical existence. The left brain, he even kind of says. And then Abel, who is more, equipped. That Abel is the keeper of sheep, is a shepherd. He keeps a pure mind. And
Wow.
by keeping a flock, he's keeping those stray thoughts in line.
You could argue that Abel is the one trying to be like God by controlling the flock, and Cain is just following the original command of God to till the soil before the consumption of the fruit.
Good point. Yeah. And the shepherd is subsequently used perhaps the most returned to allegory after this point is being a shepherd, and shepherd being good. And shepherd is rarely bad unless you're the sheep, being taken advantage of. Sheep and shepherd is walking in line with Jesus, walking in line with purity, living the right hand path, staying calm in the face of slaughter. Is a sheep like a lamb, like quality too. So Cain being the fruits of everyday life, the thoughts that come about from mundane material existence, and then Abel being the thoughts, the offerings brought about by solemn, internal, looking inward, meditating, stilling the mind, keeping the sheep from straying away, keeping your thoughts in line, in control, under control, harmonious, in the plan, right, with the original design. So that's one interpretation. Abel being the pure thoughts derived from honest living and watching your flock rather than working and trying to, I'm going to throw all these seeds into the ground. I'm going to throw all these ideas all over the place. And then I'm going to just dig and dig, wait around till it's ready, then dig up what, oh, that one's not good. Oh, let me dig over here. That one's not good. Oh, found a good one. This is kind of the imagery with the person offering fruits and the spoils of the ground. He had to work and bend over and take chances, or play a guessing game, right? Farmers kind of get lucky, I guess, a lot of the time. I'm generalizing here, but the shepherd keeping the flock is much more invested in the life of each of his sheep. The farmer could care less if 100 die as long as 200 live, right? Does that kind of make sense? There's a impersonality, there's a detachment with farming, and there's a personality and intimacy with keeping sheep, right?
And to those who do get detached when they are keeping sheep or other animals, they're truly evil people, in my opinion. Because you do have some farmers who keep animals in horrid conditions. So, but off topic, just a little side note. Treat animals better, please, everyone listening.
Yeah. Here, let's catch up on some super chats. Thanks Heath for the $20, my boy. He was at a cool place today. New Smyrna, Old Fort ruins.
May actually be too high.
Heath, thanks for the $19.99. The most dynamic duo in all of Bible study. I might actually be too high for the level of these conversations between Shem and Longo. Can never be too high. Maybe you're not high enough, honestly. Doctor's orders. Moi freestyle life. Thanks for all this. Thanks for the $10. Thanks for all this. I identify as an Essene Christian, and I tell people about blood sacrifice, and they think I'm crazy. Haven't had flesh in over 10 years. Christ is king. Amen, man. Another one from Moi freestyle. Another $5. Is it true that Christ was a title for high priest, and several awakened ones of that time had that title as well? I agree with that. There's definitely truth to that. I'm not robbing anyone of their Jesus is the best. I'm not saying he's like three people slapped together, but there is truth to that. Christos in Greek, of course, represents a lot of things. An ascension process. You get crystal. Crystal and Christ are the same word, people. You don't have to be fucking new age hippie Alex Jones, to piece that together. It's no conspiracy theory. It's no crazy radical hippie interpretation. It's crystal Christ. Makes sense. Crystals have power. They're like living minerals. They're like living geology. They're intelligent matter. Paradoxes. I do have to go let my girlfriend in the door.
Jesus
Feel free to spill the beans.
Jesus was another popular name for some reason among ancient peoples, if we're believing mainstream history. So not only Christ, but Jesus was another name given to multiple people for some reason, especially during the time of the Zealots. Check out the chat here. Moses never existed for some reason. Yeah, even Jewish scholars are saying nowadays that a lot of it was made up. Even the story of Jacob. Very interesting stuff. But when you think about the people who make these rules, who go around try to find loopholes in the religion, why would they do that? It's probably because they're actually atheist. If you truly believed in God, why would you try to go against God so much? Why would you try to find loopholes in the religion? So maybe the people who are claiming these things just are atheists who don't believe in the story, but maybe some of these people didn't exist. It's hard to tell. Let's see what else we got here. The Muzi. So let's see. We can read some of this again. Check back up. So, oh yeah. So I saw someone earlier in a comment say something about Cain and Abel both being fallen. Yeah, I mean there were people who agree with that. They say that until Seth was born, that was the purest child of Adam and Eve. So basically, during the time of when Cain and Abel were born, they were under circumstances that weren't ideal to be pure in God's eye, which is why some of the stuff happened between them. Which is interesting to me because Seth, or Set, is in the Egyptian religion, is the one that's responsible for killing Osiris, which is basically what Cain did to Abel. So I don't know. That whole thing is confusing with me, but that's where the argument with the Canaanim, the Canaanites, come into play. Like, who are these people exactly? Where did they come from? Are they descendants of Cain, or are they just the descendants of Seth? It's hard to tell exactly, but yeah. So in ancient Egyptian mythology, you have Osiris, who's killed by his brother Seth, or Set, the red one. Adam means red man. Adama, the red one, basically means red. It's a weird connection there. I don't really know how to explain it very well, but it's always been interesting to me to think about it like that, because if Seth is the pure one in Abrahamic religions, why is Seth the one who's killing Dionysus or Osiris in the ancient Egyptian religion?
I am so sorry about that, guys. Nobody should have to listen to Shem for 45 seconds. Sheesh. No, just kidding. Thanks for holding it down, Shem.
I tried.
Were you just addressing this?
No, I read some of the other comments, and then I remembered one from earlier talking about Cain and Abel both being fallen. So I elaborated on that a little bit.
Cool. So, rock and rolla. Oh, Moi Freestyle. Sorry, I skipped one. Thanks for another $5. What are some books we can read to learn more about the Essenes?
That's my
I went
answer.
to Rishikesh, and the holy men there told me that Jesus did travel to India. Yeah. You can buy the Essenian Gospel of Truth, I think it's called. Essenian Gospel of Truth. Essene Gospel of Truth. And you can get True Messiah, about Apollonius of Tyana. Or just look up Apollonius of Tyana. Look up some Gnostic stuff too. The Gnostics way more out in the open. A lot of those roads lead this way. Don't get caught in the Gnostic cul-de-sac, people. Don't get caught in the trap, Gnostic loop, cul-de-sac, that man is trapped in matter, that life is evil, that there's no purpose here, that the demiurge hates you, God hates you. None of this is true. This is all, corrupted, misinterpreted, whatever. Mental illness, a little bit too. But Gnostic, we run into it today. It's like, oh, we live in a simulation. This whole simulation stuff is Gnostic, the modern day Gnostic movement. And I hate to generalize Gnostic. There's so much more cooler stuff that Gnostic entails. But the thing that when people walk into the bookstore and want to talk about Gnosticism, it always leads to the, well, do you think like, hey, matter's not, we're trapped in matter. Like, I don't want to have kids. Like, it's bad to have kids. Terrence McKenna talked about this a lot too. That people start getting a grim outlook on life when you start, playing around with those ideas. Those are concepts for a yogi to ponder. It's not for someone to wrestle with as they're living day to day. Try to implement there.
A man is not complete until he has a son, according to Abrahamic religions. So,
wow, that's good. I think Manly P. Hall, my brother told me, did a pretty cool thing on talking about how the greatest masters, teachers, revolutionary prophets all had kids. And that it's kind of a fallacy. It's kind of a they're misleading us in Hollywood by always showing this wise old man who has no kids, who's just by himself, the hermit, who, you can only learn things by having no family and being a million miles away from everyone in your own cave. And there's power to the hermit archetype, but that's not, for everyone.
Well, those hermits, they raised their kids, and then they made a choice later on in life to isolate themselves to find this type of knowledge that you're describing. And
Good
sometimes
point.
their kids went along with them. So, I
Mhm.
mean, it wasn't always just them secluded. Sometimes they leave out the child that came with them. Like, for example, the author of the Sefer Zohar, well, the alleged author, him and his son went together into a cave into exile and had these conversations and talked about it. So, just one example, but
Mhm.
let's continue.
Those are two books I'd recommend. Seeing Gospel of Truth. I think that's what it's called. I get it wrong a lot. We have it though. And True Messiah, or anything about Apollonius of Tyana. He's not, explicitly Essenian, but there's a lot of articles online saying, "Oh, he's the true Essenian Jesus." It's obvious. It's obvious, and yeah. But then,
And if
what?
I was gonna say, if you weren't here earlier, because I read your super chat earlier, Mo, I freestyle. If you haven't read Antiquities of the Jews and the Wars of the Jews, read those by Flavius Josephus, because he's not specifically talking about the Essenes, so you can get like a snapshot from a period in history and some like literal text talking about them, along with the Talmud, which is like legal debates between the Sadducees, Pharisees, and the Essenes at certain points in history.
Hmm. Yeah. Here, let me read this one. Or else we got to move. Rock and roll. Thanks for the $9.99. Cain and Abel, Loki and Thor, Romulus and Remus, Zeus and Hades, etc., etc. Always two brothers. Interesting. Jesus and Joseph. R.I.P. to my brother Taylor. Is that your actual brother? I'm sorry if that's true, man. R.I.P.
Yeah.
Blessings to Longo and Shem. Appreciate it, dude. Rock and Rolla, longtime supporter of the channel. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the money. I'll put it to good use. I actually promise.
Well,
Fuck.
and with that concept, it's a little bit difficult because you have people like Plato who talk about, okay, so I think the first stream we did together, we talked about the first creation of man, where there's possibly like this double form androgynous type being. Plato talks about one being two males, two females, and then one male and female in these androgynous forms. So what do those two sides represent? They could potentially be representing the enlightened and the unenlightened. There's so many ways you could go about that. Why there's always two brothers. We see the same story with Jacob and Esau later along in the Bible, where Jacob steals the inheritance from his father from Esau by playing a trick. I mean, there's just so many different ways we could go with that. So appreciate you. RIP to your brother.
R.I.P. man. Hope he was Floridian too. You in Florida, rock and roller? I forget. John Willis, 22 bucks. Tell me about Matt 15, chapter 15, verse 11 to 20. I believe Jesus Christ wasn't a scene. I love it. All of it. But is it a journey? Sorry, but it's a journey. Do all non-meat eaters also not spill their seed? Water fast, enema on the regular. The way is narrow and hard. Yeah, you're right. There's healthier meat eaters. There's some meat eaters that are healthier than vegetarians. 100%. Live a better lifestyle overall. I am not always worried about like fitness and even nutritional health. There is such a thing as spiritual health. Rudolf Steiner said, any physical nutrients that a vegetarian might potentially lack, he more than makes up for in spiritual nutrients. So I'm a big believer in that. A lot of geniuses have been big believers in that. Will you be thin? So you're more likely to be thin. It's easier to be thin. You've aged more gracefully. It's a common sense decision for a lot of people. Here, let me open up my Bible. We'll go to here it is.
I'm in Matthew right now. Did you want me to read it, or
Yeah, sure. Is it always your King James version?
yeah, I'm on King James today.
Shall yeah,
Uh,
said it.
Okay, so not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man. Then came his disciples and said unto him, Knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended after they heard this saying? But he answered and said, Every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Then answered Peter and said unto him, Declare unto us this parable. And Jesus said, Are ye also yet without understanding? Do ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly, and is cast out into the draught? But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, and blasphemies. These are the things which defile a man, but to eat with unwashen hands defileth not a man. So that was 11 through 20 right there of Matthew, chapter 15. So yeah, I mean, I feel like that one's pretty straightforward, honestly. Think you're muted, Longo.
I said, yeah, I get it. I'm with you. Yeah, it's not simply switching your diet doesn't make you a good person. Is the early key point in there. And then another good one at the end there is washing your hands. It's kind of, again, back to like these Jewish formalities. Like, if you wash your hands, like you can actually clean yourself of real sin, or you can protect yourself from real sin, or do, erase a real sinful event by washing your hands and things like that. Or your food will be more, nutritious or something like that. And he's saying those technicalities, those superstitions don't supersede like you having to be a good person. You can't make up for you being a bad person by saying, oh, well, I washed my hands more than this guy. Or, I'm vegetarian. He's a meat eater, so I can kill. And, I deserve more sympathy than he does if he's a killer or something like that.
It ties back to the
It's
fear of
pointing
God.
it's pointing out hypocrisy. It's pointing out the loophole mentality, trying to deceive, trick, or outdo, God by checking off certain boxes, saying, "Well, I wash my hands, so sin free." You were saying?
I was gonna say, yeah, it just ties back to the fear of God. In Islam, for example, during the month of Ramadan, when people fast, if you cuss or do anything kind of along what this verse for Matthew is saying, that's breaking fast as well. It's not, you can't just check the boxes like I'm not going to drink water and I'm not going to eat from this time to this time. You have to also like be pure throughout the day. So it's just another real life example of kind of this thought process. Like you need to actually try to be better, and it's not just like what you said, checking boxes. It's pretty straightforward, honestly.
Yep. Not doing mouths, not doing lip service, walking the walk, not just talking the talk, and vice versa. Just talking the talk or not talking the talk instead of only walking the walk. You have to walk the walk and talk the talk.
But if you find yourself making those mistakes, the most important thing is for you to realize it and try to change. The quicker you realize you're doing something wrong and try to change that, the better it is. It might take months, it might take years, but every time
Right.
you find yourself doing something wrong, you're not lost. You can always redeem yourself. You can always be a better person.
Right. It's like an addict kind of AAing or NAing their way out of accountability. It's true. And whatever. All right.
We're almost
We
there.
get it. Thanks for the $22, dude. Fuck. More money. More tips. All right, guys. We're going to catch up on tips at the end. We got to move forward. Sorry, y'all.
We're almost there. I think we're on 19 of chapter 4. Lamech took unto him 2 wives.
Yes, into the generations. Well, we shouldn't gloss over the murder and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
You know, God points out, "Why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him." And Cain talked with Abel and his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, "Where is Abel thy brother?" And he said, "I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?" So Bill Donahue, I should say, I don't have a well mapped out personal interpretation of these couple verses yet. Besides just the obvious one, and the whole brotherly quarrel, lesson, symbolism, whatever. But I'll tell you what I learned from Bill Donahue is he actually kind of sympathizes with Cain a little bit. And towards the end here with the slaughter, at first he says, the shepherd is the one who's keeping a more straight and narrow path and keeping control over their thoughts, no stray thoughts. But then a little bit, I might be wrong on this, but a little bit later when
It would be interesting if he was on Cain's side. I'd love to hear about that.
when they're slaughtered, or when Cain kills Abel, I believe he says that Cain, it's not so much that he supports Cain, it's that he says Cain is necessary, was not, wrong or criminal, but Cain is, like I said earlier, mundane thought and kind of worldly erosion of your, morality a little bit, your God-given innocence, is that after a while, but he also likens it to like your pleasures and like your attachments to the earth, like going to the theme park,
Like a materialistic cosmology.
carnival. Yeah, so he kind of mixes like the left brain restricted thinking. Arion, get your head out of there. Arion, get your head out of there. Hey, can you get his head out of there?
Shout out to Arion.
He's got the light around his neck. He's got a light strip around his neck, like a LED wire light. So whatever.
Arion's the guy who was carried on a dolphin to safety in Greek mythology. For those that don't
Yes, that's why we named him that. Here, bring him here. He's the star of the show. Big boy. Come here, mister.
He sang a song on a deck as he was about to be murdered by sailors.
Yes.
Or pirates, and then a dolphin showed up out of nowhere and helped him, which is fascinating.
Look at that big boy. His head is almost as big as my head. As wide as my head. Big boy. We named him Arion because I'm from Florida. Like a dolphin. We were in North Florida where there's, less dolphins. Found him in the woods, crossing the highway. Woods on both sides of the highway. Crossing the highway. And a truck right in front of me went right over him. Right in front of me. Driving like 70 on the highway. Pulled over, backed up, went over to the median. He ran from the right side of the highway into the median. And then picked him up, brought him in my van. He's been a very mobile kitty ever since. And his name's Arion because he got rescued by, some dolphins pretty much. I'm a dolphin. I'm an Atlantean. Yeah. So, yeah, that's why his name's Arion. Yeah, Arion. No.
Adorable. Guardian of Atlantis. You're making me want to grab my cat. One was just looking at me right now.
Spread the love, yo. Toxoplasmosis party, bro. Just kidding. Toxo is a fucking psyop, dude. Now, don't get me wrong. People that have more than 2 cats in like a house, definitely have toxoplasmosis, and crazy cat ladies definitely have toxoplasmosis.
I have two. I'm just on the border. Maybe
Yeah.
6 months from now, my brain will be eaten. I'll be right back. I do need a bathroom break. I apologize.
Damn, dude. Shem's got to hit the sit down urinal. Got to go pee sitting down. We'll be able to tell by how long he's gone. Just kidding. So, the whole murder thing. Look it up. Bill Donahue has some good insights. He says that Cain is like the necessary attachment to the material world. If God just wanted you to be a light beam with no attachments, no desires, no earthly, restrictions, he would have just left you up in light as a being of light. You wouldn't have reincarnated. So there's a reason we came down here, partake in free will, partake in the temporal universe, the decay of matter through time, and everything dies. It's just part of the game. So let's also talk about how he says that Cain slaughtering Abel is inevitable because your earthly needs at the end of the day will kind of always trump your spiritual needs. But by paying attention to the Bible and picking out other pieces, you can see how shit, I forgot what I was going to say. A little stoned out here and partaking of the sacred holy incense. And remind me what I was talking about, guys, if you care. If not, whatever, we'll just move on. Lots of other cool stuff. So a little bit of racial stuff to get into. Who are the descendants of Cain? What is the mark of Cain? There's some interesting theories on that. And I don't want to go too far without Shem. I'd love to hear what he has to say about the whole murder thing, but am I my brother's keeper? Again, here's a good adrenochrome lesson. Here's one that you probably don't hear every day. Here's one that Jordan Peterson probably won't talk about in his Genesis series. Aww. Look at that little baby. Orange cat. Nice. Very handsome. Very fluffy. Show you.
Some of you may have seen my other cat in the background. She usually is laying up there. She's a big old gray and black cat. But yeah, I got it. And the one I just showed is a female cat as well. She's just an orange one I found. Well, my sister found her outside. Took her in. Nice. It's amazing. She sleeps with me every night.
Oh.
What'd I miss?
Nothing important. Let's talk about okay, here, adrenochrome. We're going to talk about Cain and Abel and the mark of Cain in a little bit, but something, and this is one of the most talked about stories ever, so it's hard to kind of come up with new material. Bill Donahue, I think, has some of the most radical interpretations. That's why I focused on him. Go look him up. I can't do him justice. I'm only summarizing, badly what he says. But something that he didn't say, something that no one ever really talks about, is the adrenochrome and the essence of blood, and the life being in the blood, and the soul being in the blood, and the memory being in the blood, and the soil and the fruits, and God tasting the feelings and thoughts of a dead person in the blood, in the soil. Let's just read this. For Genesis chapter 4, verse
10 or 11?
Verse 10, yeah. And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. Now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. That's pretty crazy. That's some imagery right there, crying through your blood. That's like adrenochrome, it makes me think. The emotion is trapped in the blood, and even the vegetables in the ground can taste that. The ancient Greeks, a lot of the philosophers, whether they're being, literal or not, some of the philosophers warn against wine and the pomegranate, warn against the grape and the pomegranate, because they are the blood of the ancestors seeped into the ground. And you're like a cannibal if you drink blood and pomegranate, eat too much pomegranate. Hang on, one more point. Sorry. This also goes back to the fact that they weren't necessarily, the Greeks were not necessarily interested in like strong alcohol drinks, so they didn't know much about like gin or vodka. They were very satisfied with bourbon and coffee. They're very satisfied with wine, grape juice. The Bach Saga says grape juice is the only acceptable type of alcohol. That the gods only drank alcohol. The people of the goat from Hyperborea only drank grape. It's the only.
And unmixed wine is haram, basically. Sorry, keep on.
That's okay, yeah. And it was very low alcohol, and it was just a naturally fermented grape juice, because grape juice naturally ferments. You don't have to, adulterate it much. Well, there's also the legend. If they weren't very experienced with isolating alcohol, they weren't sure what grape juice was doing to them that got them, acting weird. And so a lot of philosophers kind of thought, not necessarily being chemists, would think, well, why is the blood red alcohol? Why is the blood red grape juice, which is, by and far the most predominant form of alcohol in the Mediterranean at that time, in these ancient empires, red wine, red grape juice was making people act mad, drunken, and the philosophers would kind of wrestle with that and say, well, why is this one juice making people fucking crazy? They didn't necessarily understand the chemistry behind it. And they would ponder and come to the conclusion, well, it's got to be the blood. It's the blood of the ancestors seeped into the ground, into the grape. And the grape comes back with the blood and the color. And then by drinking that, it's almost like kuru. It's like adrenochrome madness. That's one interpretation. So the blood red grape juice and pomegranate juice being likened to blood of the ancestors. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, that's extremely fascinating. I never thought about that before, because they do have this tradition where they don't like unmixed wine. Like they would basically have to dilute it because they were afraid of the madness that you're describing, which is oftentimes called Bacchus or Dionysus in some contexts. But what I was going to say earlier was, in the myth of Persephone being abducted by Hades and taken to the underworld, the reason that she has to go back for 3 months of the year is because she ate the pomegranate seeds. It's fascinating because you were describing the pomegranate earlier, and I thought about that. I don't know if you have any comments on that or anything, but
sorry, say it one more time.
Persephone
AC just kicked on. Let me mute myself.
Persephone, when she was kidnapped by Hades and taken to the underworld, and Demeter went down to go get her, what she did was she ate pomegranate seeds given to her by Hades, which made it so she had to come back for 3 months out of the year to be in the underworld, and the other time she spent at Mount Olympus. So the prohibition on a pomegranate, or the reference you're making about pomegranate in that context, was interesting, related to that story.
Right. Even Adri, could even go back to Hades, some would argue. Adrian, adrenochrome, adrenaline, So an underworld hormone, I think you're onto something with that, definitely. But also the pomegranate, both of these were especially warned against, and it makes me think of in Plato they even warn against olive oil, and I'm like, hang on, you're telling me the Greek philosophers thought olive oil was terrible for you? And of course that is usually interpreted as like a big allegory when Socrates is talking to someone in the works of Plato, as Socrates, they say, never drink olive oil, never have olive oil. It's amazing for the outside of your skin, but terrible for the inside of your skin. And they literally compare drinking olive oil to eating shit.
Wow.
Because you can put shit on the roots of a tree, in the ground of a tree, and in some cases on the trunk of a tree, and it's good, very good for the tree. But as soon as you put feces into the actual inner workings of a tree, like into an exposed root or broken stem, it corrupts the tree perhaps quicker than anything natural that's accessible.
It's weird because it's like okay, so olive oil was used for the burning of the lamp in the temples, the first and second temple, basically in Jerusalem, and it's almost like it's a prohibition of consuming what God is consuming, because some say that the blue flame at the bottom represents of the fire consuming the olive oil, that represents God basically consuming the olive oil. So completely random, but based on what you're saying, I'm just thinking about that. Let's continue.
Good comments, guys. Good comments. Now, I'm pro olive oil. Now, if you look at this instance, I bet all the carnies out there who might be thinking, oh, yeah, that's proof that olive oil is bad. Well, I bet you've never read this. I bet you couldn't tell us which, story from Plato this is from. And, I bet you couldn't prove olive oil is actually bad. When you actually look at how this is interpreted, it is allegory. It's I hate to use the ultimate cop out, ultimate trapdoor out of any argument is saying allegory, but in this instance, the olive oil they're not warning against the nutritional value of the olive oil. Right, it represents something, and we're only talking about this because of how they likened grape juice and
Pomegranates and olive oil.
pomegranate to blood, so they aren't necessarily pinpoint accurate in their comparisons, but there's definitely a kernel of truth in that. The grape juice can naturally ferment, and it can naturally drive you mad. What?
I just don't remember it. I read Plato this year, and I don't remember the olive oil part, so I need to revisit it because I'm very curious about it now.
Yeah, there's definitely a part where I think it's definitely Plato.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like
90% sure, 99.
It's impossible to remember every single detail about the book, or else we would probably be like working for college or something, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't remember it at all. I wish I did.
Mm-hmm. Now, olive is a natural source of fat. It's a natural fat in a fruit. Olive oil, there's avocado. These are not seed oils. These are amazing for you. These are very, very good for you. Should you guzzle them? Should you deep fry shit in them every single day? No, but they're very, very good for you. Olive oil is wonderful. Way better than this fucking beef garbage. What is it? Tallow. Oh my God. You ever see people who eat tallow? How rosy and reddish they get? I don't know if there's any one food that affects the body like that than tallow and cooking in beef fat.
Is that the origin of Santa Claus with the rosy red cheeks? The beef fat?
It might be. Adrenochrome makes you rosy too, and rosy cheeked a little bit. There's not to, I don't want to terrorize anyone about Christmas, but here let's keep it moving. Here,
We're almost there.
the blood of ancestors falling into the ground. Let's circle it back to Cain and Abel, right? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. Okay. So let's skip over to the mark of Cain. And that's kind of the last main key point before the generations part. The generations leading up to the generations of Adam. So, and Cain saith unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. So Cain saying, hey, what you're saying, this punishment is too much. This might have been the first ever murder. In the Bible, it's pictures painted that way. This is the first ever murder. So, punishment for murder was like, hey, I don't want to get punished for this. What did I do wrong? That's one way of interpreting it, is there was no precedent for killing someone, right? You see animals, you can see a pack of animals where brothers might kill each other in play or by accident. And the whole pack just goes, whatever, sad. But then goes on playing, goes on living their life. Animals don't always react to death the same way we do. Mothers might, mothers will, or almost any species will definitely mourn their dead. But some of them are callous as can be, will stomp their kids out. So that the other, if they have 5 and one's weak, they'll stomp it out so that the other 4 will be stronger. There's some callous, cold-blooded mothers out in Mother Nature. So,
Just like Mother Instagram.
Mother Instagram.
There's some
Where's that?
callous cold mothers on there as well.
Yeah. The mark of Cain. He's saying, this is too much. No one had been punished for killing someone before. And when God says, well, hey, this is what I think is fair, Cain's like, well, hang on. That's too much. I wouldn't have killed him if I knew I was getting punished. I'm filling in blanks here, I'm dramatizing it, but it's kind of what he's saying is, my punishment's too much. I can't live like this. Just might as well kill me. I'm going to get killed. There's going to be if you're blaming me, now you're kind of creating the concept of revenge too. And people are going to take revenge on me, is what he's saying. He's pleading a little bit. And God says, well, hang on. I'm going to mark you. I'm going to tattoo you. I'm going to scar you. I'm going to change your complexion so that everyone who meets you will know what you've done. You'll have the mark of a criminal, but you'll simultaneously be protected from execution because everyone will know what the mark is, the mark of Cain. So moving on, and the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord shall set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. Okay, and we all know about Enoch, right?
The Book of Enoch.
Let's also look at.
This is so hilarious in the context of, if we're looking at it from a secular point briefly, in the context of World War II, this is just so funny. This last passage that we just read.
Why?
or just in general with 109 countries. Are we allowed to talk
Okay.
about this? I don't know, but
I don't know.
it's like one of these things where it's like it's like you do something wrong and then you're like, oh, this is too much. You know what I mean? And anyone who and anyone who punishes them gets punished sevenfold. Think about what happened to Germany in World War II. They definitely
Yeah.
got punished sevenfold if you look at those cities. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like I was thinking about that while you're reading it as well. But let's continue.
So, going back to uh, to Bill Donahue's, perspective on ignorance and spiritual accountability, and being the shepherd versus the farmer. Farmer is kind of indiscriminately looking for thoughts. Whatever sprouts up, he'll take. The shepherd knows what he's after, knows what the end goal is, and knows how much he has to look after each individual sheep in order to get there. So it's a different ballpark. That's the beauty of keeping sheep, and the allegory of keeping sheep, being a shepherd. But going to Donahue's thing about ignorance versus spiritual accountability, let's look at the descendants of Cain and where they end up. The land of Nod. To nod off. To nod. This kind of, who's ever talked to a really dumb person or a really low IQ person, and do you see how much they agree with you or mirror you when you're talking?
Yeah, man.
Right? Who can agree with this? That slower or dumber people are like have less control over their response system. Like they almost like assume the personality of the person who's speaking to them, right? Who agrees with this? Let me know if you agree with this. But who's been talking to someone and they're like nodding with you like a dog, like
and then
it's like it's like, all right, back up. And when I hear nod, I think of two things: nodding off to sleep, and then nodding like you're either afraid of what's being told to you or you're in blind submittance. You're nodding in agreement. You're nodding in disagreement. Nod it implies restlessness, a bounce, bouncing, nodding. Nod. If we're just digging into the word, that's what jumps out to me. But the land of Nod, we don't really get much else on it. But we can. Do you want to read a little bit more E. Calloway? Do you have time? How are you on time? We got a full house tonight. We're only getting more and more people the longer we go.
I'm good on time. I mean, I can stay as long as you want, especially if I'm able to take breaks to cook dinner for my
yes. Yeah.
Called?
Do you want to take how long do you need?
Literally just putting chicken into the oven, coming back, then flipping the chicken, then coming back. So it's like just randomly. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
So 2 minutes in between each time, probably.
Oh, okay. I'll play a 2-minute song right now. I'll go do a little baking myself, if you know what I mean. I'll do a little baking myself, and we'll come back and we'll be all baked, and people can hear some nice tunes, and we got a full house tonight. We appreciate everyone. Be back. We're going to read a little bit more in the beginning. Finish up on Genesis 4. We're only getting started, guys. Don't go anywhere. See you in a sec. Let me present one thing here. Is the bowl packed?
Yep.
Cool. All right, yeah, get amped up, yo. See y'all in a sec.
Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, I go crazy. Ain't really.
We're in a little better mood than that, aren't we? Aren't we? Sorry for the mess. See you guys in a sec. What is up, yo? Carrying on. We're only getting started. Coming to you live from Palm Beach County, Florida. We're in the Dancing Elephant bookstore. We're reading from Genesis. We're doing the best we can. Trying to do it justice. Trying to bring at least some stuff to the table that you haven't heard. Bible's pretty cool, y'all. And we'll wait for Shem to come back in a sec. But we're almost through Genesis chapter 4. If you're just tuning in, we've been talking about Adam and Eve having their first child, Cain, Abel, the quarrel between brothers, the conflict, murder, hiding the body, right? Well, it's kind of implied. Shit.
I missed what he said, so I can't elaborate.
Whatever. Here, let's just move forward. So, mark of Cain. What is the mark of Cain? Let's get into this. The whole mark of Cain thing. Mark of Cain. What is the mark of Cain? So that Cain wouldn't be murdered in retaliation. God placed a mark on him. Now it's been, wrestled with, debated. What was the mark? It seems to be visual, right? It's kind of implied that it's visual. Mark means sign, right? Good comment. Mark also means scar, though. It tends to have a martial connotation a lot of the time. Like your mark. Like if I'm an archer, I'm going to meet my mark, to be marked for death, too. So it does kind of imply like bloodshed a little bit. So people tend to think, a lot of Hebrew scholars, a lot of just old school Bible scholars say it was a tattoo. In fact, a lot of churches warn it, teach against tattoos by saying it's the mark of Cain. You're drawing blood on purpose, you're tattooing yourself, you're imprinting yourself. Criminals are commonly tattooed. Prostitutes are commonly tattooed. It's a reality, and this would have been, obvious to them back then. Even the rejects of society tend towards tattoos, and that is that justified? It's not what we're arguing right now, but that's one of the candidates for the mark of Cain. Is perhaps the most popular, is either a tattoo or a scar. That's usually what your hyper literal preachers point to, is a scar or a tattoo. Would you agree with that, Shem? Not digging any much deeper than that. Is that what you've usually heard with a mark of Cain? What do you usually think of with a mark of Cain?
I've heard those two. I've heard skin color. I've heard the Mongolian birth defect with the blue mark that they have, like when they're born or whatever. That's pretty much it.
Wow. Yes, that's a good one. Hey, we saw a good comment from Stay White earlier. The mark of Cain. Yes, so we're gonna get back to that one too, I promise. Longtime supporter of the channel. Mark of Cain.
Another one was like, I think something to do with the eyes, but I don't remember. It's been a while since I heard it. But yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that. So, here we go. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. Now let's get through the rest here. And unto Enoch was born Ired, and Ired begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methusael, and Methusael begot Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other was Zillah. And Ada bare Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Seth. For God, said she, hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. Shell, yeah, there's Genesis chapter 4 for you.
We made it.
And now, let's get into the mark of Cain and the interpretation. Another popular interpretation is skin color, as we both, mentioned earlier. Skin color, complexion, freckles, birthmarks, all of these are on the table too for a physical, literal mark of Cain. Again, not discounting any astrotheological interpretations or tantric interpretations, but just going literal and, everyday life, common sense, Occam's razor, it seems as a visual marker. A brand. That's another good one. Another good comment. A brand. Now,
A yellow
tat-
star.
a tattoo, a scar. I've also heard a barcode or something like that, like a brand, like a cattle mark, like a insignia, like logo, like the first logo. You ever heard that? Like the first, obsession with symbols came from this Canaanite, Canaan, descendants of Cain. Excuse me. Well, complexion, dark skin. It has been claimed that it has been claimed by people with dark skin and people with light skin that dark skin is the mark of Cain. It has been taught by people with dark skin and light skin that light skin is the mark of Cain. So it's really like a Mexican standoff here with the mark of Cain thing. It's been accused by both sides, and it's been self-proclaimed by both sides. The dark and light skin. But let's break it down a little more. In evidence of dark skin, evidence for dark skin being the mark of Cain, is the fact that later on, in Genesis chapter 9, verse 24, it says, in a very similar, almost mirrored story, with a very similar name, and Ham, quote, from Genesis chapter 9, verse 24, and Ham, the father of Canaan, or Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, or Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So, almost a mirrored event later on with the descendants of Ham, the descendants of Canaan. Well, it's argued that the curse of Canaan was also dark skin. And you have people like the noble Drew Ali and, Nation of Islam adjacent figures coming out and saying things like modern Black Americans, modern Black people, modern Moors around the world. That's in their own terminology. Moorish people claim lineage, either genetic or cultural, to Ham. And that's not even just a, fringe theory. That's a lot of biblical scholars say Ham is the progenitor of the dark-skinned races, especially the Ethiopian, Negroid, that type, that racial type. Yeah. What do you think, Shem?
The chicken washers. I've heard some sources say that Ham is also the progenitor of Europeans. So yeah, I mean I've heard both sides just like you. I also
Well,
I also think it's funny because Ham's getting blamed in this situation when in reality it was Noah, the guy who's getting drunk in his tent and falling asleep naked, and his son happens to accidentally see him, and suddenly
yeah.
it's the worst thing that's ever happened.
Do you want to know what the whole Ham joke is? There's a joke behind it with masonry that's pretty funny.
Let's hear it.
So Ham is the progenitor of the dark-skinned race, the Negroid Ethiopian race. Japheth is the progenitor of the European, Nordic, Hyperborean people. Whatever you want to call Western European, I guess. Then you have Shem, who we're told is the progenitor of Asian people and Jews and the modern, people who claim to be Israelites, Pharisees, right? Well, modern day Pharisees. And then that's what I'm going to start saying from now on. That's all I'm going to say. Modern day Pharisees. Well, that's what used to be on maps is Asia and Jewish people being with Asia rather than European. And that is the descendants of Shem.
Well, that can be argued. That can be argued because during the time when the Jews were living alongside of the Iranians, and they basically came into contact with Zoroastrianism, which is where a lot of this stuff seems to come from. But let's press forward.
Right, and the Chinese have been called the Jews of Asia. There were many actual Jewish Chinamen, Chinese people. That's a real thing. Go look them up. They had a specific type of braid. Yeah. I've shown it before. Lots of similarities, genetic affiliation too between Chinese. That's a fact. Bering Strait Native Americans, East Asians, and Ashkenazi Jewish people have some of the closest DNA, believe it or not. So Japheth, Europeans, Shem, Asian, and Jewish peoples, and then Ham, African, and dark-skinned people around the world. That's kind of just one, prevailing theory back, a couple hundred years ago. And it's usually embraced in a lot of cases by all those races. Well, Japheth being close to Jupiter, right? Well, let's also look at complexion, right? Well, here I'm going to go to another tab here. I'm on Wikipedia, admittedly, just so we can get an average Joe kind of summary of these different interpretations. The Hebrew word for mark could mean a sign, an omen, a warning, or a remembrance. The mark of Cain is God's promise to offer Cain divine protection from premature death with the stated purpose of preventing anyone from killing him. Blah, 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 blah. Some have speculated that the mark was a Hebrew or Sumerian letter placed on either the face or the arm. The Septuagint translates the mark as a sign. Thus, it is speculated that the mark served as a sign to others not to commit the same offense. Judaism, Abba Arika said that God gave Cain a dog, making him an example for murderers. Abba Jose ben Hanan said that God made a horn grow out of Cain. Hanin said that God made Cain an example to penitence. Rashi comments on Genesis chapter 4, verse 15 by saying that the mark was one of the Hebrew letters of the Tetragrammaton. He engraved a letter of his God's name onto his, Cain's, forehead. The same statement about the Tetragrammaton was expressed by Targum Jonathan Pirke, Rabbi. Fuck, these names are so goddamn.
You're quoting like all the OGs of the rabbi though. So what is this? What are you reading?
This is Wikipedia, dude. Get up with your game. Oh yeah. This is that deep research that only Shem knows about. Yeah.
I'm not on my Wikipedia game.
We're wiki vibing, yeah.
They quoted the OG, so I knew the rest here.
Yeah, Shem's a Wikipedia.
It's fucked up.
Rabbi Eliezer and Zohar. Okay, all these examples. Go look it up. In Kabbalah, the Zohar states that the mark of Cain was one of the 22 Hebrew letters of the Torah. Although the Zohar's native Aramaic does not actually tell us which of the letters it was. Some commentators, such as Rabbi Michael Berg, in his English commentary on the Zohar, suggest that the mark of Cain was the letter Vav. According to Catholic, this is Christianity now. According to Catholic mystic Anne Catherine Emmerich, whose visions bear the imprimatur, Cain's posterity gradually became colored. Ham's children also were browner than those of Shem. The nobler races were always of a lighter color. This is Wikipedia, guys. Hey, don't, YouTube, don't get pissed at me. The nobler races were always of a lighter color. They who were distinguished by a particular mark engendered children of the same stamp. And as corruption increased, the mark also increased, until at last it covered the whole body, and people became darker and darker. But yet in the beginning there were no people perfectly black. They became so only by degrees. According to author Ruth Melankoff, commentators' interpretations of the nature of the mark depended on their views regarding the status of Cain, as either being given additional time to repent or as being further shamed. American Protestant racial beliefs on the mark of Cain. At some point after the start of the slave trade in the United States, many Protestant denominations began teaching the belief that the mark of Cain was a dark skin tone in an attempt to justify their actions. Although early descriptions of Romani as descendants of Cain, written by Franciscan friar Simon Semionis, suggests that this belief had existed for some time. Protestant preachers were exegetical. Protestant preachers wrote exegetical analyses of the curse with the assumption that it was dark skin. Baptist segregation. The split between the Northern and Southern Baptist organizations arose over the doctrinal issues pertaining to slavery. Blah, 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 blah. So you guys get it. This was like a huge movement, huge, belief, prevailing assumption that the mark of Cain was skin color. And right now we're talking about it being dark skin color, but there's also people who argue that it's the light skin color, and that dark color became lighter, and the mark of Cain is a light, very light complexion with freckles and kind of like a plagued look, almost having freckles. Might look that way to some people. So yeah, I'll skip forward a little more. It just goes on to talk about the separation, curse of Ham. Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. The curse of Cain was often conflated with the curse of Ham. According to the Bible, Ham discovered his father Noah drunk and naked in his tent. But instead of honoring his father by covering his nakedness, he ran and told his brothers about it. Because of this, Noah cursed Ham's son, Canaan, by saying that he was to be a servant of servants. One interpretation of this passage states that Ham married a descendant of Cain. While there is no indication in the Bible of Ham's wife descending from Cain, the interpretation was used to justify slavery, and it was particularly popular in North America during the Atlantic slave trade, due to interpretations identifying Ham as the progenitor of the people of Africa. So, this brings up another thing. Shem, you're back?
Yeah, well, if you want to finish your thought first, I'm going to remember what I want to say. Yeah.
Here, I got a good one. This is a joke, guys. It's a little funny, no homo. Yo. But the whole uncovering their father's nakedness thing, Ham. Well, some of the evidence that, Ham was the progenitor of black men, is that he ridiculed whatever Noah had beneath, below the belt. he was ridiculing his dad's package. And basically, there's a lot of these Canaanite, like Islamic leaning researchers who say that this is a story. It's like a, mythologized story about Hamites having larger wieners than the Shemites and the Japhites. And this also goes back to like the Greek noble, the noble philosophers have the tiniest dongs, not because they're actually tiny, but because they're so disinterested in fornication that their bodies are muscular, their minds are pondering and engaged, but their packages are tiny because they're trying to express that through the artwork. The statue is that the tiny wiener means less fornication, and that this is also used
It sounds
as
like
a mark of Cain, that the larger penis artistically represents more fornication. And I think we can all kind of see how that might be the case with some groups of people.
small PP
But
propaganda.
no, guys, this is
Another interpretation I heard about Ham seeing his father naked or whatever is basically that, which is disgusting, but it ties into a lot of mythologies that Ham actually fornicated with his own mom.
ew.
As a result of, like, that's what they're describing, because seeing him naked was described as, like, I don't know, like the process of the wife and the husband coming together.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting stuff.
Yeah. Also, this goes into Masonry. A lot of these like Nation of Islam people talk about how the Freemasons wear aprons to hide their tiny wieners, and that Black Masons don't wear aprons. And that it originally comes because Black people, this is them talking, not me talking. I'm not saying I agree with this, but some of these people say that Black people taught white people everything about Freemasonry and the initiations, and of course, right, and that they made them wear, that the whites like begged to wear aprons or were forced to wear aprons so that their tiny packages wouldn't be scrutinized. And this goes back to the Ham thing. That where did I hear this from? I actually heard this, I'll name drop. I heard this from what's what's his name?
I've never heard this.
No, his name is he lives in Miami. Shit, what's his name? He wears like a Native American headdress.
No idea. You're like, I'm gonna name drop. What's his name?
I can't remember, man. Fucking ripped. Yeah, you'll all know. It's not Billy Carson. That's hilarious. No, it's not. His name's Duke Tears. Fuck. Forgetting his name. Asir, Duke of Tears. Asir, Duke of Tears. He's cool. I like his stuff. Asir, Duke of Tears. He has some cool stuff. But he was explaining why Freemasons wear the apron over their wiener. And you'll notice that a lot of like rabbis, like Orthodox rabbis, wear like a similar thing, like covering their wiener. And believe it or not, some of them actually, this is strange, like Aleister Crowley, no homo, guys. Just knowledge, got to get it out there. Some of these groups do you ever remember in Superbad when Jonah Hill talks about flipping his boner up into his waistband?
I haven't seen that movie, unfortunately.
Did you know that is like an actual rabbi technique I shit you not.
Wow.
Rabbis would flip their boner into their waistband and walk around all day like that, semi-erect, to like chutzpah themselves. Like that's you
So
hear about
it
this?
can't, so it
Like
can't be
like
that small
like
then, right?
like Epstein, Epstein, like maintaining a constant arousal all
I've heard
day,
of, I've
so
heard of that part, but I haven't heard about this.
so that he can out chutzpah his enemies on business calls.
Yeah, like
Robert Sepper loves that stuff. Loves talking about that stuff.
Yeah, he would like basically have people getting him close to the edge while he was like talking. So he's like edging while he's talking on the phone with business deals.
Well, trust me, there are rabbis who
JG's doing that right now.
that's just a theory. That the racial part about the theory is just a theory that I heard from a seer Duke of Tears. Look him up. Good, he came up with that. But the whole waistband thing, that's real, and a lot of certain sects, certain groups of rabbis do this super bad technique. It's hilarious, dude. The Jonah Hill technique. Okay. And it's hilarious why they put that into the movie. I mean,
Amazing.
where they keep their boner flipped up into their waistband so they can walk around all day with a boner and nobody notices. And they can conduct everyday activities with this increased chutzpah. Sorry, I don't know if I'm using that 100%.
So these rabbis are just
correctly.
like
I don't know if I'm using chutzpah exactly as I should, but
just edging all day long. So yeah,
edging all day long, pretty much.
Because
Edging all day long. Yeah.
since they can't ever have sex, so they're just like constantly horny. That makes sense. I mean, but it's
Well, I don't know about the first part, but they get it done. They're allowed to do it. Rabbis are most
But-
are allowed to have wives, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, not just like I guess, well, masturbation and stuff too.
Yeah. How's that for chutzpah? I'll drop all the secrets. I don't give a
Dropping
beep.
straight jewels.
I'll drop all the little Epstein magic secrets. I'm not in any part of no secret clubs. I don't have to keep anything secret. I don't give a beep. If you want to find out even more, if you want to find out even more, go subscribe to the Patreon. And matter of fact, what the hell am I doing here? Due to increasing YouTube censorship, live streams will now only last 1 week on my page because I don't want my channel getting taken down for a live stream that's a year old that no one watches anymore, that gets flagged for some new keyword. So go to Patreon where all the episodes are backed up. You can even follow the Patreon for free, but there's different tiers, whatever. I don't even really care. Go support. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. Helps protect us from censorship. All the stuff's there uncensored, ad-free on Patreon. You can also support with Moringa. We'll show that stuff later on. But
you talked about opening a Rumble account soon too, right?
yeah, I think we're working on getting the streaming to Rumble. I think it's streaming to X right now. It's streaming to X too, which is cool. But Rumble is going to be the next couple days. We're going to get Rumble up too. So the mark of Cain, curse of Ham.
Before we move on, can you read Are you still on Wikipedia by any chance? Because I was gonna say, can you reread the part about Vav?
No, I don't want. No, I don't want to go backwards. Let's read the Latter-day Saint part. Okay. Sorry.
I should have brought it up earlier. It's my bad.
Mormonism began during the height of Protestant acceptance of the curse of Cain doctrine in North America, as well as the even more popular curse of Ham doctrine. Like many North Americans, Mormons of the 19th century commonly assumed that Black Americans had Cain's mark of black skin, and Ham's curse to be servants of servants. Joseph Smith and Brigham Young both taught that Black people were cursed descendants of Cain, and used it to justify slavery. In the Pearl of Great Price, considered scripture to most Mormons, Enoch talks about shunning the descendants of Cain, and that they had black skin. And Enoch also beheld, quote, and Enoch also beheld the residue of the people which were the sons of Adam, and they were a mixture of all the seed of Adam, save it was the seed of Cain. For the seed of Cain were black, and had not place among them. Moses chapter 7, verse 22. Church President Brigham Young stated, quote, "What is the mark? You will see it on the countenance of every African you did see." End quote. As related by Abraham O. Smoot after his death, Apostle David W. Patton said he encountered a black man in Paris, Tennessee, who said that he was Cain. The account states that Cain had earnestly sought death but was denied it, and that his mission was to destroy the souls of men. The recollection of Patton's story is quoted in Apostle Spencer W. Kimball's The Miracle of Forgiveness. Although not explicitly stated in Latter-day Saint scripture, at least one publication of the
Last time.
church... Sorry? Although not explicitly stated in Latter-day Saint scripture, at least one publication of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint, the LDS Church, still teaches that Ham's wife was a descendant of Cain. The Guide to the Scriptures, published as an explanatory companion of the Scriptures, states Ham's wife, Egyptus, was a descendant of Cain. The sons of their daughter, Egyptus, settled in Egypt. Okay. So yeah, a whole lot more, but basically they agree with the Protestant view and kind of add to it a little bit. Is that what I believe? No, not at all. But there's a kernel of truth to some of what they're saying. Might be slanderous, but let's look at people like Noble Drew Ali. Look him up. He's kind of an early figure in this Moorish American movement. Everyone has heard about the Nation of Islam, but not many people have heard of the, what's it called? Temple of Moorish Sciences, something like that. Don't grill me on that. Sorry, I'm not a member. But the Moorish Sciences being not exactly the same as the Nation of Islam, but being, related through Noble Drew Ali. He and other people, they identified with Canaan. They themselves identified, at least their church, if not their race, their racial identity, with Canaan or Canaan. So it's not just a slander thing. It's not just a, he said, she said, oh, the bad people must be the descendants of Canaan. You have dark-skinned people who are arguably dark-skinned, supremacist, who admit to being the descendants of Canaan and Canaan. So do they agree with all the characteristics that we just heard? No. But there is kind of an agreement in some of these sects, some of these radical opposites, the Mormon Church and some of these Moorish, science people. Well, they call some of their churches Canaan. One sec. Okay. Here, we got some more tips. Thanks, guys. Catch up on tips while Shem's gone. Moi, freestyle life. Moi, however you say that. Thank you, good folks. I will purchase the books from your bookstore instead of Amazon. Hell yeah, guys. Go to the Dancing Elephant .shop or Dancing Elephant .shop. Just Dancing Elephant .shop. Yeah, let me check that. I always confuse that. Yep, Dancing Elephant .shop. No the. Dancing Elephant .shop. Use the code OWF10 for 10% off and to help me get paid. You know, yeah. So yeah, if you want to buy from my bookstore, appreciate it. Well, freestyle life. Thanks for the $5. Another $5. Is the Book of Thomas considered part of the Essene Gospels? I don't think so. I think that's, more like Gnostic Gospels. Admittedly, I don't know much about the Essenes aside from like the vegetarian angle, the fact that they were hardcore vegetarians, if not fruitarian or raw foodists. So I mostly know them from like diet stuff, like vegetarian history. So I'm learning more. Don't grill me on the details, sorry. But let's see what else. AGSMB123. Thanks for the $9.99. Doctor, you're a G. After going vegan, I got the same questions from everyone, almost. Like when Globe believers ask the same gay questions. Where do you get your protein? God gave us animals to eat. Yeah, I get that too. Thank you, G. AGSMB123. Well, thank you, man. Thanks for the $10. I get the same thing. There's no bigger group of normies, no bigger group of, chakra deactivated doofuses than pork addicts. Less so beef addicts, but still, even less so, lamb and sheep addicts. But your chicken eaters aren't the greatest, group of thinkers either. your fish people aren't too, courageous or optimistic, things like that. You take on the characteristics of these animals. It's better to take on the characteristics of fruit. Yeah. So, whatever. All I hear is insults being hurled at vegetarians online. I'll hurl some insults at meat eaters. I don't care. They're big boys and girls, right? Hormonally healthy, right? Well, let's see it. I don't agree. But, where do you get your protein? Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. It's the same response, same part of the brain shutting off when you talk to people about 9/11. You've never heard about it. They go, oh my God, that's ridiculous, or flat earth. You start getting people into flat earth. They say, oh my God, that's ridiculous. What about the sun and the moon? What about the edge? Where's the edge? Yeah. Same thing. You tell people you stop eating meat. You stop eating carrion. You stop eating corpses. You stop eating dead flesh for no reason. Roadkill. At least the lion consumes what it's eating. Live, fresh, pumping, living transfer of electricity, at the very least. Living transfer of heat. From the warm blood to the warm stomach. The living life in the blood to the living organs of the predator. So what happens when you're eating meat that's been dead for days and weeks? Your supermarket meat has been dead for weeks. It's been on ice. Been frozen. It's been treated with carbon monoxide to give it pink color to it back. Well, there's no vril in there. There's no energy in there. It's just blood, death, carnage, corpse.
Blood memories, like you were saying earlier as well.
Adrenochrome. Blood diet is an adrenochrome diet. In fact, blood from an animal is diet adrenochrome. What's the adrenochrome diet? It strikes me. I've been arguing with people these last couple of days because I post some funny memes about meat eaters, just being disgusting and smelling like a. Who's ever smelled meat in a trash bag that's only 1 day old? 1 day old, and meat smells like a corpse in a car that you just discovered. You think your innards don't smell like that the day after? I hate to say it, but have you ever smelt the impressions left on furniture by heavy meat eaters? Oh my God. You want to get even grossed out even more? I'll do it, whatever. You ever been with a girl who eats meat? Holy shit. You will, once you're with a girl who's vegetarian, vegan, even, you'll never go back to that nasty ass, rotten, rank. Whew. Oh, I get, dude. The way that girls who eat meat smell downstairs is repulsive. At the very best, at their healthiest, it's not even remotely inviting. Vegetarian women, I'll say it, taste and smell like honey, and whatever. It's the truth. I know men. I've worked with two men, two different dudes, bros, who swear that they will only ever be with vegetarian girls now because of the horror stories they've been through with nasty ass rank girls who don't give a shit about what they eat. Yeah. I don't only go after the muscle bros, okay? Trust me. So
I didn't realize that some of the girls I had been with were vegetarian.
hmm?
I didn't realize that some of the girls I had been with were vegetarian because I didn't notice anything.
Well, you don't know the difference till you go the other way. I know, I don't care who I piss off, it's the goddamn truth. Deal with it. Deal with it. It's the truth. So where do you get your protein? Sorry, I shouldn't have gone off on that tangent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't want to talk about how men taste, but it's definitely the case. That's the case too. Of course. And I've heard that from many women. They don't like being with meat eaters either. Oh yeah, it's the truth. So you eat fruit. Has anyone ever heard? I'm not, stepping on anyone's toes here. Everyone who's ever looked up on the internet how to taste better. Pineapple, mango, citrus, not rocket science. Yeah, a lot of embarrassed losers out there who can't just take accountability. You eat clean. I might be sassy. Dr. Longo might be arrogant, but that doesn't mean I'm not right. Okay? Fruit is common sense, clean, healthy, immune boosting, lymphatic, boost. Yeah. Meat is the opposite of that. It is putrefying and rotting in you. If women, earnestly, if you're dealing with any feminine issues, ditch the meat. Ditch the meat. Yeah, you've got shit rotting inside you. Okay, eat the fruit. Eat the goddamn fruit. So
It should be illegal for mothers who are
yeah,
breastfeeding to eat fast food.
yeah. Well, mothers can pass parasites from meat-eating mothers can pass parasites to their children through breast milk. That's a fact. I know it to be true. So
Poor children.
let's look at AGSM B123. You're absolutely right. Meat eaters, flesh eaters, carrion addicts respond the same way when confronted with the truth about vegetarianism. They respond the same way that globies do when confronted with the truth about where they live. They respond the same way that Neil deGrasse Tyson and the like do when confronted with the reality that science and atheism and Darwinism is false and anti-human. Meat eaters operate on a day-to-day level with a guilty conscience. They can only approach arguments through that guilty conscience. You will note that they can only try and mirror the guilt onto the vegetarian. Always by saying, well, you think you're so much better. You think you're so much better. Damn right I think I'm better, because I also don't kill people. And I know I'm better than the murderer. Maybe not in the eyes of Jesus. Oh, don't judge. Well, you tell me not to judge when you let a pedophile come eat dinner at your dinner table. Then tell me that, oh, don't judge applies to right here, right now, discerning right from wrong. No, we can all discern right from wrong. Okay, I have the balls to tell you what's right. I speak with authority. People don't like that. You can agree or you can disagree. But I speak from experience. Truly. I've seen the benefits of a vegetarian diet. I've seen people get stronger, healthier, smarter, more open-minded, taller. You can gain an inch. What do you have to lose? You want to eat like the vulture? You will live like the vulture. You will think like the vulture. You are not even as courageous as the lion. You've got a lot of people swinging the refrigerator door open. I'm on the carnivore diet. Yeah, I'm doing the carnivore. Yeah, it's doing real good. Yep, I'm doing the carnivore diet. Pulling beef ribeyes out of the fucking freezer. Yeah, I'm doing the carnivore. Doing the carnivore diet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me know how that goes. So, it's total normie syndrome. Meat eaters. They are completely unaware that all the world's greatest geniuses were vegetarians. They're completely unaware that many of the world's greatest athletes were vegetarians. They're completely unaware that the world's greatest love makers are vegetarians. And the world's greatest musicians have often been vegetarians. The Beatles had a vegetarian. Led Zeppelin had a vegetarian. Black Sabbath had a vegetarian. Da Vinci, Tesla. Who else? A little architectural painter. A little. People say he was a failed painter, but I think that's kind of like an artist from Austria who changed the world. Yeah, he was vegetarian. They don't want you to know that, do they? Well, vegetarians do better in almost every area. Do they bulk up the same way? No. They also don't have that guilty conscience because they're not on a constant adrenochrome high. The meat eater can never truly address his lifestyle so long as he is high on adrenochrome. Animals adrenalize just the same way your little Pizzagate Hollywood babies do. Oh, any of your people, dropping banners on the bridge saying, stop adrenochrome, stop organ harvesting, stop this and that. Take a look in the mirror, take a look at the dinner plate. Okay. Whatever.
How long does it take for the adrenochrome effect to wear off if someone were to become vegetarian?
Oh, well, pretty quick. I mean, a moon cycle. Why 40 days? 40 days is so significant of a time period because it's a full lunar cycle and then pretty much half of another lunar cycle. So it's
I would agree with you on the guilty conscience thing because I am a meat eater. I try to become vegetarian. It's very hard for me, but I do feel the guilty conscience whenever I eat, and it sucks. And I feel like I would have a clearer mind if I didn't think like that sometimes. So even though I'm not a vegetarian, I do agree with you on the points you're making.
Right. So I would say, go do something 28 days. 28 days. If you can go 28 days without something, you've pretty much conquered it. And then 40 days is 28 days plus another half, roughly, right? It's 2.5 lunar cycles. That you're pretty much over the hump if you can make it 40 days. Fasting 40 days is talked about a lot.
Very difficult.
Yeah. So it's not difficult. What the hell are you talking about? Your intestinal worms think it's difficult. Take some garlic, chew some onion raw. Kick those parasites, kick the Pharisees out of the temple. Kick the parasites out of your body. Go get a colonic. Yeah, $100. Best $100 you'll ever spend. I don't care if it's gay. You're gay. You got an ass. You got a butt full of cancer and fucking toxins and worms. You're fucking gay. I'm not gay for getting a colonic. You're gay for being full with fucking parasites and cancer. Not you, Shem, but all my meat eating bros, all my carnivore bros who are gonna get prostate cancer, rectum cancer. That's gay. Going to the doctors and having him repeatedly ram stuff up your ass. That's gay. Going and getting a colonic, believe it or not, that's how kings and pharaohs would get cleaned up and be pure. And you don't want worms inside you, trust me. You know that there's actually these carnivore people. I shit you not. I take screenshots. I've been taking screenshots of these idiots, complete idiots, who are saying that carnivore people. I've encountered 2 carnivores in the last 24 hours who swear, oh yeah, meat's amazing for you. Parasites are your best friends. They are the cleanup crew in your body, they say. Some of these carny clowns. These carnies say meat is good for you because, and they do give you parasites. Of course they give you parasites. It's obvious. Oh, parasites are wonderful for you and that you should want more parasites because they actually clean up for you. Oh no, they only eat the bad stuff. Yeah, they only eat the bad stuff. That is such horse shit. That is borderline suicidal. That is exactly what a parasite would be telling you as he's rewiring your brain chemistry, which we know for a fact they do. So when the parasite makes the insect kill itself, or makes the squirrel jump off a cliff on purpose, or makes the rat run into the jaws of the cat, that's the cleanup crew. Debunked. Low IQ, typical low IQ carnivore, fallacy. Parasites are not a cleanup crew. They hate you. They want to steal from you. Internally, they're worms that want to steal your nutrition. And externally, they're the people literally draining you of your wealth and your happiness. Are those the cleanup crew? Maybe it's literally like the universal cleanup crew, you could argue. But it's not your cleanup crew. You want to be introduced to your cleanup crew, you low IQ, carny clowns? It's called your lymphatic system. I know you've probably never heard of that because it's thick as mud in all you carnivore, impacted, dense, bloodthirsty meat eaters, flesh depraved adrenochrome addicts. I've got 500 people here. It's only climbing. Yeah, everyone wants to hear the truth. Everyone wants to hear the truth. Truly, I applaud everyone. Thank you guys for staying through the triggered vegan rants. You guys are mature. It's only increasing. I only say this because I love you guys, and I've seen the benefits. And the carnivores are wrong. You can be strong. You can be healthy. Your bones will not break. That is all fearful propaganda. Carnivores and meat eaters hate vegetarians because they know that they're better in almost every way. They can usually run farther. Can they always lift stronger? No, because they're usually not in the gym. They're making love to women. They're playing musical instruments. Only borderline homosexual dudes who are obsessed with how they look and are obsessed with adopting the body of another man's occupation. Oh, they're all day on their keyboards in their cubicles or in their insurance company or in their CBD company. And then they go to the gym and they row like the Viking. Oh, that's cute. LARPing, this and that. You're just making yourself look like another man's hard work. Where's the profit? Look at all the calories you're spending. Where are the buildings being built? Quit fucking around in the gym like a bunch of losers, staring at each other's ass and each other's bodies and complimenting. What the hell are you guys watching on YouTube? Repent, my brothers. Get the fuck out of the gym. Don't cut down a tree, but go plant a tree, lift what needs lifting, build something. Exercise is great for you. Get out of the gym.
Yeah, I would agree. Exercise is good for you. Definitely
Stop.
don't get exercising,
Why does the gym have a mirror from wall to wall?
but narcissism.
Because you're gay and a narcissist, probably. And I mean that. And I mean that about most gym goers. Cool, strong men usually work out in their garage. That's like a rule of thumb. Metro.
You have all the tools you need to work out with your body alone. That's why you have all these ancient philosophers drawing diagrams of the human body in different shapes and forms, because you pretty much have all the tools you need to stay as fit as you need to be all by yourself, which is a principle of yoga and all this stuff as well. So
Yeah. I'm only having fun over here, guys. We're only joking. This is a comedy stream. This is the Bible's closed, guys. But here, we had talked about the mark of Cain. Another part of it is light skin. A lot of dark skinned people have said, well, hey, having like peppered skin, like almost like scarred, like leper, like freckles, like this irregular tone to the skin that some light skinned people have, this rosiness, this susceptibility to the sun, could be the mark of Cain. That light skin is the mark of Cain. That things had to start dark and then become lighter, not the other way around. You can see a white person give birth to white and white and white and white. It'll never get darker. But dark-skinned people are known to give birth to increasingly light-skinned people. That's possible. Two dark-skinned people can have increasingly lighter-skinned people. Two light-skinned people cannot have increasingly darker offspring. Does that make sense?
and the light skin with the dark skin, within 2 generations, the dark skin's usually gone.
Yeah, it can be like that, for sure. So here we got some more chats. Holy shit. Damn. People be tipping, yo. Yeah. Guys, get off the normie diet. Get off the Illuminati demon diet. Get off the adrenochrome diet. I mean, why do you need a fucking hippie to tell you guys this? I'm sorry Liver King fucking deceived you so much. I'm sorry Paul Salad Dino. Paul Salad Dino who by the way has backtracked like everything he said. Number one, he endorsed the Liver King. Your number one seed oil guy, oh, carnivore is great for you. Seed oil is great. He endorsed Liver King, then got exposed and backtracked. He claimed fruits were bad for you at one point. He's since backtracked and has exalted fruit juice as one of the, epitomes of like nutritional value. Fruit juice. He swears by fruit juice now. Early Paul Saladino even warned against fruit. Fraud. Charlatan. backpedaling charlatan who's gotten exposed multiple times, just upset that his name has salad in it. Paul Saladino. Exposed. Would love to debate him. Would love to debate him at any point. Paul Saladino has backtracked on not only fruits and fruit juice, but also carbs. One of your number one anti-seed oil, borderline carnivore guys backtracked on carbs. He even says, oh yeah, a little rice and noodles and, yeah, little carbs here and there. Yeah, it's good, balanced diet. Okay, so we're back at the balanced diet. Where does this radical carnivore diet get you? It either gets you like Liver King, or it gets you like Paul Saladino, where you slowly circle back to incorporating normal foods. Like, oh yeah, I got the benefits, and then you go back and there's no downside to reincorporating vegetables. No creator is going to be angry at you. I guarantee you, the creator will be angry at a vegetarian who goes back. Surely, if you know better, you will be judged more harshly. I can guarantee you that. And anyone out there who feels the truth in what I'm saying, if you know better, you have the higher obligation to do better. Meat is a choice. It's a luxury. Was it always that way? No. I admit my ancestors had to eat meat at some point. I wouldn't be here if they didn't eat meat. If they didn't spear a whale at one point, they had to do it. We don't live in the Ice Age. We don't live in the flood. If we're using we don't live in any of these tumultuous periods anymore. We live in a time of grand privilege, nutritional privilege. The choices you can make with your diet are infinite today. Well, whatever. That's enough. Here, more Swish. Thanks for the $5. What do you think about all of this stuff coming out about the Jews, Zionists, and the Talmud? I have no hate in my heart for anybody. I think anyone can be saved. Anyone can be a good person. There's no one, people that are wholly bad. I definitely don't believe that. I definitely am tolerant to that extent, But I grew up with Jewish friends. I still have Jewish friends that I love. There's people that I would say I love who are Jewish. I have a father-in-law or stepfather, forget exactly, whatever. But he's Jewish. I love him, and I would say anything I say to any of you to him, about any studies and research. But I am anti-blood sacrifice. This is what, I don't care what you call it. I don't care where you're born, what group you associate with, what, you dress like. Do you practice blood sacrifice? Yes or no? Yes? I think you're evil. I detest what you do. My God, the way I learned religion, is fundamentally opposed to sacrifice. That is Jesus's number one deviation from what was going on at the time around him. Number one, no animal sacrifice. You cannot sacrifice your way out of sin. If that were the case before, it's not the case now. And if it wasn't the case then, it's never been the case. It's never true. You can sacrifice for certain things, maybe. Worldly delights, worldly pleasures. Shem shaking his head. I don't know, man. You don't know much about magic, maybe.
It's never been acceptable.
Well, acceptable, I agree with you. Acceptable is never acceptable. But it does, you can sacrifice your soul or an animal, blood, and get famous as a result. The amount of people who claim to do this, you can't just call them liars. Some of them have to be telling the truth. There's an ounce of reality to the whole selling your soul myth.
being famous though is not something positive.
It's not positive, but it's earthly. It's earthly rewards for an earthly sacrifice, and then you're trading in your eternal rewards.
still means absolutely nothing in the especially with the concept of God though. So
Okay.
I do know what you're saying though. I'm just saying
So
like to me it's valueless because there's no respect for God in it.
let me address this. We're on YouTube here, trying being the best we can. I want to be on YouTube as long as I can to give you guys good shows. Also, don't want to shy away from any topics. If you want to see us uncensored, a little more uncensored, bit more edgy material, we're on Patreon. If videos get taken down here, they're still on Patreon. That's the only reason that anything will ever be paywalled on my channel, my videos. All my big documentaries, they go out for free right away. If something gets taken off YouTube, it's going to be on Patreon. That's what the paywall is for. No paywall, just a backup, basically. So, what do I think about it? Zionism, I'm against. I've talked on here a bunch about national identity and who I think the real Hebrews could be, who the real Israelites are, what the words mean. Not an expert, never been never been there, but doing my best. What do I think? I am opposed to blood sacrifice, and I say that because this just happened like in the last month. This famous sacrifice. Don't know if it's still going on. Haven't been paying much attention.
Hasn't happened yet.
But that's it's still going on. I'm against blood sacrifice. I'm against sacrificing chickens, cows, and doing circumcision and oral suction on circumcision. I'm against all those. Very much against those. So if any person's doing those in any religion, I'm against that 100%. If any person is sacrificing animals, I'm against that. In fact, this goes both ways. Who are any of you with a ribeye on your dinner plate to think that you're better than the rabbi? Ribeye or rabbi? You're a ribeye or a rabbi, guys. Anyone who is eating a lot of meat or maybe killing animals routinely, you're really not much better than a rabbi who's doing a similar thing. Now, am I saying I'm perfect, Mr. Perfect, never done anything wrong? No. But I can definitely see how eating meat is not all that different than slaughtering it yourself, because you're ultimately paying someone to go slaughter your meat, which is going right into your mouth. It's not the same as saying, oh, hey, Mr. Vegan with your leather, belt. Well, I also stay away from leather, but I'm also not a vegan. So this isn't a vegan thing. It's a where's your soul going to go after you die thing. What's going into your stomach? What's going into your chakras? Death? Adrenochrome? A slaughtered corpse? Well, so does that answer your question? I'm against sacrifice. I'm against usury. And if those things are associated with one group of people, well, it's associated with other group of people too. Maybe not as much, but wherever it's found, I'm against it. So personally, I actually like a lot of Jewish humor, whether that's implanted in my mind or not. I do have like a Jewish sense of humor growing up in Boca Raton. I do get along with Jewish people pretty often. So, no shade. Dr. Longo's chill. Anyone's cool with Dr. Longo. I'll hang out. I'll smoke weed with anyone. I'll shake anyone's hand. But I'll call everyone out. And I call out Catholics. I call out Irish people even sometimes. I'll call out Native Americans if I need to. And there's no double standard for me. There's no... I try to avoid hypocrisy. Try to point it out to me too if I'm guilty, I want to be held to a high standard. I hold people to a high standard because I'm okay with being held to a high standard. So don't be afraid. You can hold me to a high standard, guys. If you want to complain about me, that's okay. Shem, right, Shem? Isn't that what you do all day? Is fucking mock people?
All day. I don't know. I don't know about all day. So do you think the people who are making these rules, do you think they actually believe in God, or
Yes, they believe in God and they believe Saturn to be his greatest and most present, eminent, effectual manifestation. That Saturn is the supreme God, much like Christians say, no, 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 it's Jesus. Like it's the one true God of everything. Yes, but Jesus is his truest, most agreeable manifestation. Like it's Jesus versus Saturn. Christians are Jupiterians and sun worshippers, and rabbinical Judaism is Saturn worshiping. They admit that. Shabbat means Saturn. Saturn is their day of worship. They wear Saturnian garb. That's all out in the open. I'm not coming up with that. And they also worship the moon in part because they go to the full moon and see the moon over the beach very often in groups. And they like the night and the dark and not so much the sun. They actually hate that, and they hate the sun. So
would you associate the feminine principle with the moon?
yeah, and a lot of people have argued that Saturn is actually feminine, but she wears it's the angel of death who's a female in all white, like garb, like a ghost, like a classic ghost of death. But then on the top, it's the Grim Reaper mask with a hood and a mask that's pretending to be like a grandpa guy, a death dealer, like old gentleman, but it's really a woman, an angel, the angel of white death underneath. Is what Tamaj, the previous owner of the bookstore, explained it to me one time too. Is Saturn is the Grim Reaper and the scariest entity in the universe, but he is also the angel of death, and under his Grim Reaper mask, he's the angel of death, and a white angel, like a white goddess almost. And
White, transparent. Black means not transparent. Interesting. Yeah, as far as what I think about in relation to this question specifically, I think that kind of along the lines of what you said, I don't think it's a good idea to blame Jews specifically. I think the people who are behind this are atheists. They don't believe in God, which is why they think that they can come up with all these rules and be like God themselves.
Well, the atheism is most compatible with Judaism. That's a fact. They admit that. Sam Harris talks about that, and
That's what I'm saying. Those
Dave
people aren't,
Rubin talks about that.
they just use Judaism as a scapegoat religion. They're
Yeah.
not actually religious or Jewish. They don't believe in God. That's why
Yes,
tons of most
Judaism.
Jews are now.
Judaism is also the most compatible with LGBTQ. That's also evident and intentional and acknowledged widely. There's no penalty for being
Coming soon to Christianity and Islam as well.
whatever. So, yeah. Well, we'll see about that, Shem. We'll see about that. Move to Florida, baby. We're just getting started. Okay. Ohio's gonna get hit with a fucking hurricane like never before. So, Adriano, Optimistic Bear, thanks for the. Oh my god. Canadian money? You kidding me? You can take your Canadian money and no, just kidding. Thanks for the $5. Those are California. That's California money. That's what that is. CA. That's California dollars.
Worth even less.
Good stuff tonight. Christ is King. Thanks, Adriano. Appreciate it. Swish. Thanks for the $10. Oh shit! You already. Oh, I'm going backwards. Damn, you tipped twice. I saw you, man. You just gotta be patient. My bad. Swish did it again. $10. What do you think about all? Or is he just bombarding us? He's trying to force us onto the topic, trying to keep us on the topic.
I have more to say on it, but no, not today.
Moi Freestyle Life. Thanks for the $5. So funny how meat eaters shame vegetarians, but technically takes more mental strength to be whole foods, plant-based. Agreed. Agreed. Kemosabi, thanks for the $9.99. I love animals. Don't eat them. Loving the stream and you guys together. Thanks for the epiphanies. Oh, Shelia. Thank you, Kemosabi.
Hello.
Moi freestyle. $5. You can't consider yourself truly loving person and then eat flesh, aka kill. Agreed, man. Agreed. Agreed. This is not vegetarian, propaganda. This is Christian. Christian, Essenian, Neoplatonic, Pythagorean, leading right up to Christian. This is a Christian ideology. Don't kill. You don't need blood in your diet. You know how many good foods there are? Ultimately, what are you cooking your meat with anyway? Salt, pepper, herbs and spices from all the vegetables, fruits and vegetables. Oh yeah. And an average person's dinner plate is usually, mostly something other than meat. And meat is like the, you don't need it ultimately. Yeah, vegan is a dead word. Agreed. Vegan is the lamest word there's ever been. It's dead. I always had an aversion to the word. I like the word as an astrological thing. Vegan from Vega, the star. Vegan. Yeah, vegans are vegans. They're Pleiadian light workers. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm a 5D star child, light worker, indigo child, ascended master, psychic. No, you eat pork and you're a fat fucking slob. That's what you are. You ever run into these types? I run into them all the time. Yeah. So.
Amazing.
But you got a lot of meat-eating light workers out there. Cut me a break. Give me a break. Cut me some slack. I mean, hey. The light workers. 5D Ascension coach. I'm a 5D Ascension coach. A little pork chop. I'm a 5D Ascension coach. Oh, yeah, over the phone. Cutting carne asada or whatever. Eating, gas station taquitos. Yeah, 5G light workers. Okay.
You know some interesting people.
Well, I mean, some characters come into the bookstore. Everyone's a psychic. Everyone's everyone's a psychic. Everyone's a 5D light worker. Everyone has the story of all stories, and yeah, you run into some funny people here. Here, another last tip.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, FS Strathio. Thanks for the $5. Read American Sign Language on Wikipedia whenever you get a chance. Okay. Maybe not here right now, but heard it. Appreciate it. Thanks everyone for supporting. We're not done. Shem, how are you doing on time?
Still good for now.
5 hours in, or 4.5 hours in, yeah.
Put in work.
You need a smoke break or anything?
Do you? What else we got?
No, just kidding. Here, no one ever reads your super chats. Where are your super chats? I don't see your super chats, rock and roller. We read this one. We read it out loud.
Yeah.
I see you. Oh shit. Kirkwood. $10 for keeping it 100. Appreciate it, yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, yeah, this chat is packed for this long of a stream. Agreed. Meat eaters love to hear the truth. People want to hear the truth. People like getting bullied. People want to be shown the truth. They want to be talked to with authority. And if it checks out, it checks out. If it didn't, there wouldn't be this many people here, you know? I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for putting up with the vegan rants. Triggered, vegan, B12 deficient, you know, brain fog, no, seed oil,
We could have
seed
definitely touched
oil
on Vav though.
fugue.
We could have definitely touched on the Vav thing though. That's for sure. You said something about the
Vav?
Vav being like representing.
I don't want to get
me.
into that. You're so specific.
So
So particular.
it's not even a big deal. It's like a 15
I'm not.
second thing.
I'm not B12 deficient, by the way. Test me for B12. Test me for B12, and yeah, you'll be firmly mistaken. In fact, this is Oregon Health. But when I got tasered by the police, they hooked me up to an organ machine to make sure that, you know, because you know, because I'm privileged, and they wanted to make sure they didn't hurt me too much, right? Before I had to go to the big boy jail, I'd been tasered, and they tested my organs with nodes on each organ, one by one, and tested my organ health. Okay? You want to know what they told me? And this isn't saying much. They told me I had the healthiest organs they had ever seen come through the come through the Leon County Jail, and you can take that to the bank.
Ex-cons. You're an ex-con.
Isn't that funny?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Were they hitting on you?
I mean, to be honest, a little bit. There was 2 or 3 nurses in a room, just me, getting like all my organs tested with these like you know, little stick-on nodes. Yeah, it was pretty funny. That was weird. But I swear to God, the look of shock when she looked at me and she was like, "Oh my God," black chick and a white chick. They were like, "Your organs are so polished, so clean, right in beat. We've never seen better." You know, this is Trump talking. This is my Trump syndrome talking. But they'd never seen organs so every single one on the perfect like measurement. You know, where blood pressure is perfect, heart rate, and then all the other organs. I don't know what they're looking for, but the pulse in all the organs was right. Whatever.
They sound pretty passionate.
But yeah, and I've never, you know, I had bones. I've only ever broken, I think, 1 bone. Broke my no, 2 bones. Broke my collarbone once in 7th grade. Broke my forearm playing lacrosse in my senior year of high school. I ran right into this dude right as he was swinging his lacrosse stick. He was shooting. He was throwing. He was shooting or throwing the ball with a, you know, metal lacrosse stick. I was running towards him to, like, you know, run into him, and the shaft of his lacrosse stick just boom hit my forearm. Like, you know, they throw those lacrosse stick the shot goes 90 miles per hour. You know, your average high schooler can shoot 90 miles an hour as fast as he can. And my forearm fractured right here. I was 18. You know how much meat I was eating at that time? You know, I was eating so much meat. You know, was I eating the best stuff? No, but I was eating everything. You know, I wasn't taking anything out of my diet. And my forearm broke. It didn't shatter, but it fractured. And I ran off, and I was like, fuck. And I had to sit out the rest of my senior season. Well, that was when I was a meat eater. I broke my collarbone when I was a meat eater earlier, when I was younger. Since I've been a vegetarian, I haven't broken anything. I haven't broken, and I'm not saying that the meat caused the breakage or anything. I'm just saying that, you know, people say vegans have brittle bones. Well, you know, my bones broke when I was a meat eater. It didn't instantly, protect me instantly. But since I've been a vegetarian, I've done some stupid stuff. I was a valet for, like almost 5 years. I have gotten into trouble. I got tasered, chased by the police one time. I've done a bunch of stuff. Been in, haven't broken any bones since I've been a vegan or vegetarian. Haven't drank any. So since I've been 18, haven't broken a single bone. I fell off a longboard real bad one time, landed right on my wrist. All I did was sprain my wrist, no broken bones. And I was pitch black, going fast, and just fucking flew off. My longboard stopped, and I kept going, and then right on my wrist. No broken bones. So no broken bones as a vegetarian. I have had no broken bones. In fact, I would argue my bones are stronger, far stronger now as a vegetarian than they were when I was a meat eater. My nails, I challenge anyone to come here to the bookstore and to test the strength of my nails. Truly. Come test the strength of my nails.
Let's see them.
They're perfectly strong. I've been complimented on my nails a ton. They have the moons, the half moons people say. If your moons poke out, you're healthy. No spots on my nails. No spots on my nails. Every time I meet a meat eater, they have spots on their nails. It seems like a white spot on at least one of their nails, which is a mineral deficiency.
He's not lying. There's one right there on mine, and I'm a meat eater.
Look at your nails, guys.
Live fact check right here.
Forgive me, mine are a little dark, but you won't see any.
That's the only one I got this. So maybe I'm not that bad after all.
No dots. No dots, yo. Dot free up in this motherfucker. Calcium deficiency looking bitch ass. So, yeah, guys, you won't be brittle. You won't be, susceptible to injuries. Who's ever heard of Nate Diaz? Who's ever heard of Nick Diaz? The two baddest, toughest, most stamina MMA fighters, UFC fighters. Nick Diaz, Nate Diaz. They are vegetarians. Vegetarians or vegetarian brothers. Super aggressive. No loss of testosterone, trust me. Nate Diaz is a legend. Absolutely. Nick Diaz is a legend. They love to smoke pot. They're vegetarians. And Nate Diaz beat the shit out of Conor McGregor. Nick Diaz has also beat the shit out of a lot of legends. They are, two of the greatest. Nate has lost a lot. Nick's been, penalized and banned from competing a couple times. But they're tough as nails. They're vegetarians. There's other vegetarian fighters. So you can be strong. You can be mean. Oh, yeah. Well, whatever. BBL Drizzy, you on standby? You ready to go? Oh, wait, shit. Here, I think I want to do a little more reading. You got time, Shim? You're chilling?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool. We're going to read from In the Beginning again. We're going to go to In the Beginning again. Boom. Okay, yeah.
Mr. Boston.
Chapter 9, Two Creations of People. This goes back earlier to the tree of knowledge of good and evil, leading up into the generations of Adam. Chapter 9 from In the Beginning by E. E. Calloway, Florida's 1936 Republican candidate for governor. Okay. Chapter 9, Two Creations of People. According to the teleological interpretation of the Bible, which is the correct interpretation, there were two creations of people. God first created male and female, Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. But he did not give them a soul, the power of choice. They had no more power of choice than the other animals. They did not know good from evil. They lived on the earth for ages before the second creation, when Adam and Eve were created and given a soul. They multiplied throughout the earth, but they were all destroyed by the flood. They were created by the four fundamental laws of energy, life, intelligence, and love. For Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 says, quote, "Let us make man in our image and our likeness." They were not, however, given a soul. The creation of male and female completed the 6 days of creation during the first period, and then God rested on the seventh day. Quote, "From all his work which God created and made." Genesis chapter 2, verse 2 to 3. The male and female people who were created during the first period were not created in the Garden of Eden and were never in the Garden of Eden. They were created in the Appalachian area of the United States because all informed geologists admit that it is the oldest landmass on Earth. When God divided the waters, the Appalachian region was the first dry land to appear. Here were the giants mentioned in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Their skeletons are only found, excuse me. Here were the giants mentioned in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Their skeletons are only found in the Western Hemisphere, not in Asia. Now, I know a lot of people might not agree with that, but hey. Ages later, the Lord God, meaning the four laws, formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. He was not created in the Garden of Eden. He was created just out of the Garden of Eden. He was created just out of the garden. He was the first man to be given a soul, the power of choice. That was Adam. Then the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Genesis chapter 2, verse 8. Then the Lord God discovered that though the man was actually living in the Garden of Eden, he was lonely by himself, and the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. In quote, in parentheses. Every bachelor I have known was lonely. I will make him a helpmeet. So one more time. It is not good that the man should be alone. Every bachelor I have known was lonely. I will make him a helpmate. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18. Adam was then in the garden, having been put there after he was formed, and became a living soul. The Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, using as an anesthesia hypnotism. What is it? Teleosis. And he operated on him, and took a rib from his side, and made woman, and gave her to Adam. Adam was so greatly pleased with her that he said, She is bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh. They were physical people, endowed with a soul power of choice. He created Eve out of Adam's rib, rather than from the dust, that she might be his equal in the right to liberty and responsibility for its use. The days mentioned in the first and second chapters of Genesis do not mean 24 hours, as we understand a day to mean. They mean long periods of time, possibly many thousands of years, as we understand verse. God continued to create during 6 long periods of time, called days. During the first day, or period, God created the heaven and the earth, and he created the firmament. And he created light, During the second day, or period, he created the firmament. On the third day, God divided the waters
between the heaven and the earth.
Yeah, sorry, hang on. I lost my place. I'm reading off a PDF here.
So far, not too far off from the Jewish interpretation, just saying.
During the first day, or period, third day. On the third day, God divided the waters, and dry land appeared, the Appalachian section of the eastern United States. During this day or period, he created grass, herbs, and fruit trees. Only fruit trees during the first period. During the 4-day or long day period, he created the sun, moon, and stars. During the 5th day or period, he created the fishes and things of the sea and fowls of the air. During the 6th day or long period of time, God created the beasts, cattle, and creeping things. And he also made the people of the first period or creation, male and female, but only as an image or pattern. Then he rested on the 7th day or long period of time. What is meant by he rested? It simply means that he had not stopped creating, but he rested for a period of time. He rested for a period, and then he created again. To rest does not mean to stop completely, but to suspend work for a time. The 7th day, or period, in which God rested, may have lasted ages and ages. Many things happened on the earth during the period that God was resting. The Appalachian Mountains eroded down during this period, and the plains and the valleys were formed. Then God, after he had rested, created again. But he only created 3 things during that second period of creation. He created Adam and gave him a soul. Then he planted a garden north of what is now Bristol, Florida, and put Adam in it to keep it and tend it. In this garden he caused to grow every tree pleasant to the sight, for he knew the Adamic man would need more than just something to eat. The only trees that he created during the first period of creation were fruit trees. But during the second period of creation, he caused to grow in the garden north of Bristol every tree that is pleasant to the sight. He knew that the Adamic man would need trees for various purposes. Then he created Mother Eve. She was the last and best thing he created. So man was later excluded from the garden at the east gate, which is 1 mile north of Bristol, but the woman was not. She may have followed him out, and she has been following him ever since. After Adam was driven out of the garden, he earned his living by working, and died when he was 930 years old, and was buried near Bristol. So was Eve. I know the exact spot. God told me. The first male and female made were made only in the image of God, not physical. For God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." An image is a symbol, conception, optical reflection. A symbol is a sign. Something that suggests something else. It is only a pattern. Only in the sense that they were given energy, life, love, and intelligence were they in the image of God. The animals were not given a soul, as were Adam and Eve, formed of the dust ages and ages later. After Abel was slain by his brother Cain, Adam begat Seth, that the Lord might preserve the seed of Abel. And Noah came through the seed of Seth. Cain was a brother of Abel, but Cain's entire seed went up a blind alley, and was completely destroyed by the flood, as were all the people made at the first creation. When the Lord God formed Adam of the dust and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and then gave him a living soul, he did not say that he was forming him in his image and opportunity to develop himself into the image of God. Sorry, excuse me, I skipped around. He did not say that he was forming him in his image and according to his likeness. He gave Adam liberty and opportunity to develop himself into the image of God. He did not make a symbol or sign out of Adam. He formed a different man and gave him a soul. And that Adam's seed might have a soul, he made a woman out of Adam's rib. Cain was given a soul, power of choice, but he abused it and chose to be a cheat. As a result, he and his seed were utterly destroyed by the flood. Cain's wife, who was of the land of Nod, was a descendant of the people of the first creation, who did not have a soul, and all of whom perished at the flood. When the scientists dig up the bones of fossilized parts of bone that are hundreds of thousands of years old, and which they call the missing links, they are very likely digging up the bones of the seed of the first male and female, who were created during the first period of creation, but who were not given a soul, as were Adam and Eve. The so-called missing link, which the evolutionists, or some of them, claimed to have found in the form of fossilized skulls or bones, and which they claim connect the lower forms of animals with man, are nothing but the fossilized parts of the first creation. They were an entirely separate species from the Adamic man, who was formed and put into the Garden of Eden. We positively know this from the teleosis principles of design and construction. For those who don't know, teleosis is like the ancient Greek way, an ancient Christian way of saying, like sacred geometry, intelligent design, all that, numerology, all that stuff put together. We positively know this from the teleosis principles of design and construction. The scientists go wrong because they do not understand these principles. Of course, there is, or was, a scientific theory that there was no special purposeful creation of any of the species, but that all evolved from a common ancestor, possibly a vegetable algae. It is frequently quoted that out of matter, in space, during time, was evolved all that is. The atom was thought to be the smallest unit of matter. Since we have looked inside of the atom and found that it is not matter, but energy, the boys have had to look for other theories. They now say, quote, evolution and the diversity we see are due to the action in part of natural causes. Then they try to enlighten us by saying, it is now universally held by competent biologists that all organisms, living or extinct, have arisen from remote common ancestors, and that in all probability, the remote ancestors arose from non-living matter. They rest on probability when it comes to the origin of ancestors. In their discussion of the first steps in evolution, they say, although we are ignorant of the origin of life, we may suggest what may have been the first steps in evolution. There must have been a time when protoplasm first appeared. It must be supposed that long ago, when conditions became favorable, compounds were formed. Britannica 8, page 918. We may sift the evolutionary theory from Genesis to Revelation through Lamarck, Darwin, Ray, Linnaeus, Spencer, Haeckel, Lewis, and others, and we find the same probability, or must assume, as the basis on which they ask us to believe there was no intelligent purpose in the creation of the species. So long as we absolutely know that there is intelligent design in the formation of every snowflake, and that no two are alike, so long as of all the people who live on this earth, no two will have the same fingerprints or the same personality. So long shall I know that there was and is intelligent purpose back of all creation. The Piltdown Man, whom the so-called world's most famous anthropologist claimed for over 40 years was the real missing link, has been proven to be a hoax and a fraud. Those world-famous anthropologists have now fallen back on the Java Man as the missing link. They have also begun to mention again the Pekin Man, and the Bloom South African Man, and the Rhodesian Man. We know positively from the teleosis that they are all frauds of the first water. They were of the first creation and did not have a soul. They were only the images of the Adamic man, who was given a soul. So we'll pause there. A little bit more in that chapter. How we feeling, Shem?
It's a lot to take in. I don't even know where to begin, so go ahead.
Alrighty then. 30 years ago, there was a great battle of wits in Tennessee between Darrow and Bryan over the theory of creation. Darrow contended for the evolutionist theory, and Bryan for the biblical account of purposeful creation. Oh, well, let's just recap real quick on what was it Calloway saying. He's basically saying that the first race of men created in Genesis was like the missing link type hominid, upright, Bigfoot, maybe even, your Neanderthal, potentially, these things that they find here and there, only scattered remains, not really big giant graveyards of them. Those are leftovers of the original man, who is not endowed with all this sacred geometry and design in their forms. When you see humans, like beautiful humans, and the sacred geometry of the skull and the skeleton, and then the facial features and all this stuff. Well, this is pretty much the opposite of that. We're talking about a thing that's like a troll, or like one of the ugliest humans you've ever seen in your life. Part monkey, part ape, part Bigfoot. I don't know. Look into Lloyd Pye if you want to, chase some details on that rabbit hole, but that's what he's arguing. And then he says that the sacred geometry proves it. The numerology in their limbs and their joints and the phi ratios, they're not present in these early false humans. The hunched over missing links, which there are no true missing links, but any of the things that they try and fit into the missing links is what he's saying in here. Is that those are the first creation. It's not a man endowed with a soul. It's not a free will, conscious creating, right? He says love and intelligence and a few other things, but that's just what I get. But we'll move on. 30 years ago, there was a great battle of wits in Tennessee between Darrow and Bryan over the theory of creation. Darrow contended for the evolutionist theory, and Bryan for the biblical account of purposeful creation. Evolution won the battle, but it did not win the war. It will never win the war. Charles Darwin started a violent battle between religion and science. Darwin believed that evolution was a more plausible theory than the Bible story of purposeful creation. But neither Darwin nor any scientist since then has been able to prove it. Artificial breeding of plants, animals, with its ability to produce numberless rapid changes and improvements, has never been able to evolve a new kind of animal or plant, only a variation of existing types. Attempts to crossbreed different forms of life produce nothing. Darwin believed that man, the most complex animal on Earth, must have evolved over billions of years from an original one-cell animal. Oof. One of Darwin's strongest arguments was the fact that human beings themselves are conceived by the joining of two single cells, the ovum and sperm, which multiply until birth, when they have resulted in a fully formed child. Another argument was that the deeper geologists dig down through the earth, the more simple are the forms of life whose fossil remains they find. Darwin notes that creatures now living on Earth range all the way from one-celled animals to man, presenting a continuous panorama, which, for him, suggested the descent of man. From these three facts, Darwin arrived at his theory of evolution. This Darwinism theory met with violent opposition, at first from the Church. Then man began to make marvelous discoveries, both in the chemical and the mechanical fields, which were wholly disconnected with the theory of evolution. Man began unconsciously to associate all scientific progress with the theory of evolution. As a result, the vast majority of people, except the scientists themselves, as a result, the vast majority of people, except the scientists themselves, claim to believe in evolution. The scientists have never accepted it. They are still looking for the proof. This fact alone conclusively shows that they do not regard it as a fact. It has been my observation that the vast majority of the people who do accept evolution as a fact know practically nothing about either evolution or the Bible. So evolution is still nothing more than an unproven theory among the scientists. Christians should encourage the scientists to continue to look for the proof. Darwin, in trying to account for progressive changes, hit upon the idea of survival of the fittest. He explained that this accounted for the speed and coloring of the zebras and the tough hides of the hippopotamuses. But he failed to explain why these two different animals live side by side and do not cross. Both were fit to survive. And so is man, and so are the one-celled animals, who continue to exist all over the world. Men do not seem to be more fit to survive than many other animals. Men do not seem to be more... It's a little wordy, forgive me. Men do not seem to be more fit to survive than many other of the animal species. Darwin was never able to explain why a one-celled form of life could create more complex ones, leading to man. Without this proof, the whole theory of evolution collapses. The scientists are working hard today to discover the proof of evolution, which Darwin himself could never prove. It has not been proven. It cannot be proven because it is not true. But those who love the truth should encourage them to keep on trying. Okay.
So one thing about Darwin is that he wasn't even the first one to come up with this. He has it's either his father or his grandfather, I can't remember, but his name's Erasmus Darwin. And he was part of this secret society called the Lunar Society, which only met up during full moons or something. Kind of what you saw a few hours ago on the stream. So, but he was already talking about evolution in some of his books before Charles Darwin was basically given this platform by a specific group of people likely to push a false narrative, kind of similar to what he's doing. So we're already being lied to kind of by not being introduced to Erasmus Darwin in school, or no one really even knows about him, but yeah,
not to mention the ties to eugenics, and not the good type, not the Bach type, not the cool eugenics, not the sporting competitions and choosing the most beautiful people, the bad eugenics, like killing off the less favorable. That's Darwin for you. Well, also Darwin was an occultist, and he loved seances and speaking with dark black magic entities. I mean, this is all a fact. Him and his friends were into this stuff. So you're going to tell me that Darwin, the guy who allegedly supported atheism, or not supported it himself, but his work supports the body of work of atheism as a whole. That he was actually not really an atheist, but was conversing with entities, unseen entities, dark entities. And his friends were very much into that too. What's going on here? So when I say Darwinism is demonic, that's quite literal. When you say Darwinism, evolution are evil, evolution, yeah, I mean it. It's evil. Ran by demons. So
most of his children didn't survive because they were so inbred to know the thing about him.
Jesus. Yeah, he looked like a chimp too. He looked like a monkey, Darwin.
So he tried to practice what he preached, but it didn't work out, basically.
True. Well, all right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up here, but I want you all to do me a favor here as we wrap it up. If you enjoyed the show, if you want to support, go to dancingelephant.shop. My mods, if you can get me some links up in here, mods, throw some links. dancingelephant.shop. You use the code OWF10. We've got books. You can learn about all this stuff yourself. You don't need, stupid little hippies like me to, sit up here and be all self-righteous. You can read the books yourself. We've got crystals on the Dancing Elephant. We've got tarot decks too, if that's your thing. Not really my thing, but we've got tons and tons of good books. dancingelephant.shop. Code OWF10. Appreciate it, guys. And maybe you want to get stronger. BBL Drizzy, if you're still here, if you'd switch over to, oh my guy, hell yeah, my boy's awake. Let's go to, that's a Dancing Elephant, code OWF10. That'll help me out, guys. Now let's go to Moringa Man. Hell yeah. Get some Moringa, guys. You want to get strong? You want to get jacked? You like going to the gym? Whatever. Moringa will get you fucking yoked. Now, it helps me with mental, strength too. Really good for your brain. This is a superfood. One ingredient. It's a shredded leaf. That's simple. It grows all over Florida. This is a Florida company. This is my buddy Alex. Buy some Moringa. The Dancing Elephant, that's my bookstore. That's my brother and I's bookstore. Supporting us. Anything you buy there. The code specifically helps me out a little extra. Cuts me off a little extra, knowing it comes from my viewership. The Moringa Man, this is my buddy over in St. Pete area. He's Honeymoon Island, I think. No, he's Dunedin. I think Dunedin he lives in. Same shit. He's going to be at the meetup coming up May 22nd. If you're in the St. Petersburg area, come to that too. But we've got the best Moringa, world's best Moringa, certified organic. It's a superfood. All right, that's said everything there is to say about it. Super good for you. Look up all the benefits. And then we've got Sip Blue. This is my buddy Mike from St. Petersburg. He is from St. Petersburg. Oh, and there's the Moringa link, guys. Oh shit! Sorry, go back to the Moringa. Excuse me. My bad. The link for Moringa Man is Old World, Florida. Old World, Florida.
The code or the after the?
Yeah, the code. Sorry. Yeah, fuck. Stop. The link is themoringaman.com. Easy. The code is Old World, Florida. Old World, Florida. That's it. Code that helps me. I think that I get $10 per one of these. They've got pouches of capsules. You can buy a plant yourself if you don't. Oh hey, who's doing my capsules. You know, if you don't like that, get a plant. They've got plants. Get your own plant. It's all over Florida. Stuff's amazing for you. Total superfood. Well, let's go to Sip Blue now. Sweet. Thank you, guys. Sip Blue. This is not necessarily like as much of a muscular thing or a strength thing. This is, from what I've heard, more spiritual benefits, more chakra activation, bluing your blood, bringing copper back into your blood, you know, giving you godly blood, reactivating ancient Atlantean, blue-blooded, copper blood, past life energy. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But 5D Ascension, blue blood, avatar come, guys, right here. You know, you want to be blue like the Hindu gods? Take some fucking Sip Blue, yo. Get blue. You want to know what chewing Sip Blue tastes? Chewing Sip Blue feels like? I'm gonna do a funny ad for Sip Blue coming up. And my girlfriend loves Sip Blue. You want to say something?
That's great.
You want to promote it? Is it really good?
It's definitely like a calming overall.
Yeah, like a
Very
psychoactive
subtle.
effect.
Very subtle.
But it's calming, psychoactive. This is more of like a spiritual effect,
Expanding.
from what I've heard.
Cool.
And if you take it a lot, it's detoxing, very detoxing, and ascending. Makes you blue-blooded. Okay. So get some Sip Blue. The promo code on this is OWF. Yeah, just OWF, lowercase. I think. What does it say down there? OWF, yeah. Just OWF. Lowercase. Sip Blue. So that'll help me out too. There you go, guys. Florida Shopping Network. That's all the ads, you know, brought to you by blah 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 blah. And go buy some shit. Go buy some shillagit. Go buy some stuff. Helps me out. Even if you don't like the stuff, it, you know, supports me. Shall ya? Promo code OWF sipblue.com. Easy. Dancing Elephant .shop. TheMoringaMan.com. And sipblue.com. And all the promo codes are down here on the ticker. They're in the chat. I think I said them right. But thank you guys. Shem, anything else you want to touch on?
Appreciate you. Shout out to the chat. Unless you want to pull up this thing where you're talking about China earlier being Jewish. Those are some of the names of the priestly families in China now. If you look up the government and stuff or large companies, you'll see that these names are running things over there. So there is a little bit of evidence to what you're saying.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
That's about it. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Love talking about the Bible. Shout out to God.
Shall ya? Good critiques, good points. We appreciate your insight, Shem. Go check out his YouTube channel, Tartarian Truth.
Don't do
Instagram.
that. Spend time with your family.
YouTube, Instagram, Tartarian Truth. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Just hopping off here. Long one tonight. See you next Sunday. We'll see you on Thursday. Shout out to Brandon behind the scenes, helping us a little bit, pulling screens up and stuff. BBL Drizzy. Yeah, that's it. Everyone have a good night.
See you guys.
Peace. Adios.